It's 5:30. I'd like to call the Plan Commission meeting to order on Tuesday, September 26, 2023 at 5:30. Roll call. Hart. Here. Bell.
Here.
Champeau. Here. Schmitz.
Here.
Kane.
Here.
Berto. Here. Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
So,
Motion by Kane.
did you want to rearrange any of this?
I'll just do it when I get to it.
Okay. Second.
Second by Bell. All those in favor respond with an aye.
Aye.
Opposed, carried. Approval of August 22nd, 2023 Plan Commission minutes. Are there any comments, corrections?
And make a motion to approve. Second.
Motion by Bell, second by Schmitz. Small typo, page 7, line 23. Oh, never mind. I thought there's a he in there and I thought it should be a she. I thought it was talking about Julie, but it's not. Is your quote. Okay. All those in favor respond with an aye. Aye. Opposed, carried. Comments, correspondence, and concerns from the citizens. If you are here to, for the public hearing, we would prefer on the food truck, prefer that you speak at that time. Is there anybody else that would like to address the Plan Commission on a non-agenda issue? Do you want to see, and we don't have Heidi, do you want to summarize the correspondence or?
Sure, we had one letter come in not related to the public hearing, and it was from Beth Bartoli. And she is with the DNR. She is at Newport. And she just was talking to us about dark sky friendly lighting and some suggestions that we should be following. So I'll just put that on file, and when we get to amending the lighting section of our code, we'll pull that out and take a look at that again.
I'd point out that our preference as of late has been for those warmer colors, so it didn't mind what she's asking for.
Yeah.
Okay, item 6, public hearings, discussion and possible action. Ordinance number 2023-012, chapter 54, land division and plating, miscellaneous amendments and cluster design.
What this is a rewrite of our chapter 54, which is our land division and planning chapter. And we updated one of the stuff in here. Some of the statute references were old, or they no longer, the statute numbers had changed, or the content of that statute had changed. So we updated that. We updated references to staff, processes that we take. We added some language to modernize it, such as addressing sidewalks, street widths. The biggest change in here is the addition of cluster subdivision development and how we would allow that and the process that would be followed for that. Other than that, this has been available for a couple of weeks, so I haven't received any comments from the public on this draft. So I think we're just ready to go into public hearing.
So 5:33, I'll open the public hearing. Is there anybody joining us tonight that would like to address any of the new verbiage or the changes in that document? Okay, at 5:34, I will close the public hearing. I was unable to be at last month's Plan Commission, so I do have a couple of questions myself. Starting on page 23.
23 in the packet or the ordinance?
Packet. Page 10 of the ordinance. So starting on line 20, number 7, short-term rentals. If the subdivider voluntarily places deed restrictions on 100% of the lots prohibiting a home from being rented less than 30 days, in a month. For compensation, the subdivider is allowed a 10% development incentive. Because this is such a controversial issue and so many people feel that we are currently inundated, and especially there are some neighborhoods that really have a lot of them in there. I don't know why we would allow any short-term rentals to be built specifically. And if we have to address it in some way, shape, or form, why would we only give them a 10% incentive? I think it should be higher.
So the reason why we're addressing it in there is because we can't prohibit them, right? We can't prohibit the short-term rental. Say the same thing.
Even in this particular,
If this were our property, we could put a deed restriction on, but in a development, yeah, they're still single-family homes. They can still rent them out if they want. And that's why we're saying if they voluntarily put that restriction on there, which we like, because that means there's more affordable housing or workforce housing possibly. We'll give them an incentive in order to do that. We'll reward them if they voluntarily do that.
so I know at last month's meeting, you had gone through the percentages and whatever, and did anybody else bring up that idea?
I mean, I would be for more than that 10%. I don't think we specifically talked about that.
We did talk about, because there's a couple of things, we wanted to make sure that things that we really wanted were high payoffs. So this was one of them. Secondly, we did, and I forget it now, we did put a cap on how many of these, you can't get 100%.
Right, 35%, I think is
Right.
what I read.
If we gave them 20%, is there any other thing that we absolutely want? That would leave only 10% for them,
15.
15, sorry. It's late.
Oh, not as late as it's gonna get, David.
What do you think, 15, 20?
I mean, 15's okay, it's a good compromise, if you want them to meet more criteria, like I said, I was not.
It's
And
just-
I did not watch the video, I'm sorry, of that meeting.
I guess, what if we had it be, you can get that, you can get all the way to 40% with this. And that gets convoluted in the code, I understand, but at the same point, I do understand your point that this is very, very, very significant. So if we say you get this, you can get to that 40% or something along those lines. But I hear what you're saying, Dave, is you have to make sure the other ones still have enough value that you have to leave enough room.
You know, the hiking trails or pedestrian ways, I think are pretty important for what we're trying to create. So I think that one has to stay high. I forget who that one was. 10%. So it's an equal value.
We take them both to 15 and take the cap from 35 to 40. So we're saying those are both equally important and very important.
Or if they're willing to put a deed restriction on 100%, they are allowed to go to 40% density increase.
That works, and it's not too messy to go.
Do we lose our sidewalks then? No.
No, because because if we do that, we're not saying to get a 10%
Got it.
incentive.
Okay,
We're
I'm
saying,
with you. Yep, okay.
we don't worry about incentive. You just flat out will be able to go to 40% if you're willing to put these deed restrictions on it.
Okay.
Or is that too generous? Because you're almost,
Well, I think it's gonna depend on the parcel.
yeah.
I mean, if they're gonna do all of Wilsey, that'd give them a lot of lots. I think we were doing the math on the thing.
So what you just said, Julie, is you put that STR restriction on there and then it's 40%. You don't have to worry about anything else. Is that what you're saying, or you're
Yes.
saying? And I think that would, what you're saying, David, that would lose the incentives on the other things. I could see it as saying, the issue I see with this, how convoluted the code would get to say, you can get to 40% through all the others if you have this STR.
I like that better,
Yes,
because otherwise they're gonna skip the other stuff.
yes, great idea.
Okay.
Line 35 of that same page, number 9. Reserved for transient oriented development incentives. Not a fan of that. We haven't talked about it. It's a reserved space for it.
We did talk about it.
Okay, okay.
You did, and actually, there was a mistype, there was a typo in it, and it said transient, what it should have said was transit.
Oh,
So we talked about it.
okay, never mind. That's fine.
And so that's
That's not
what,
my
I think
nature.
your objection was that there's still the transit, there's,
Okay, transit, yes, excellent. Same page, lines 52 through 56. Since cluster subdivisions are to be a cost-effective means of developing land, the Plan Commission shall make a good faith effort to minimize review times and approve the subdivision as expeditiously as possible. I think we always try to do that. I don't like it in there for one reason, and I think it puts us under a little bit additional pressure, and developers or others may think that we're not moving fast enough because that's in there.
I guess,
We try to do it anyway.
does it benefit us to put it, leave it in there?
Take it out.
And then going back to something that Bob Cuffrin used to say all the time and would test us on is, do the words on paper relay our intent? Because I wasn't here. Did you draw this out as an example on a 10 or a 20 acre parcel? Does it work like we want it to? Or the first time somebody comes to use this new part of the code, are we gonna go, whoops? And then we'll be stuck with some unintentional consequences.
I think we did that in July. I mean, there were some changes to it, but we did, you ended up saying, okay, you said you're gonna come back to it, and then you said, okay, well, hey, I've already just done it right now.
Yeah, so we
Right,
did.
wrote on the whiteboard that
You gave
one.
us two options, and we quickly figured out while doing some math that the option we chose was simpler than the original option.
With the point system versus the
Point.
percentage.
Yeah, that was homework basically, and then we reviewed that at the last meeting. And talked about, because I know Dave and I had a conversation about like, is this gonna allow too much? And we felt that when you looked at it, it was pretty fair. It's just that one system was easier to understand. Okay, so it looked like it worked. And it has worked in other areas too, so.
Okay. I think those were my only comments and requests.
One thing that came to me after I read this so many times is that one of the updates was including fiber optic cable. They should have called it communication cable. We don't know what it's gonna be in 20 years. And that way we're covered and we don't have to worry about it.
Maybe we were trying to be with the times and get the language right.
I know, but at the same point, I'm just thinking, okay, well, what is it gonna be?
I agree with you. You know, I do think the general public, when they hear communications, they don't understand everything that means. So I think you're kind of better off being specific.
Okay.
And just hopefully not waiting as long to update the code. As laws change, we should be checking these routines. So I think we'll look at it, and hopefully you remember that.
Okay, when this last week, this, have we touched this in document plan?
The last time it was touched was It was amended in April of 2005 and October of 2007.
Well,
So it's only had 2 amendments since its adoption.
if your judgment is to be more specific, then, okay.
Could be wrong on that name, that's just what.
We'll find out in 10 minutes.
Then a motion would be in order, to approve as presented and amended and forward to the village board.
I'll make that motion.
Motion by Bell,
Second.
second by Schmitz. All those in favor respond with an aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Item number 6B, public hearing, discussion and possible action, conditional use permit, mobile food vendor court 10563 Country Walk Lane. Julie?
Okay, so Rayanne LLC proposes to establish a mobile food vendor court per section 66.0320, parent small c parent, parent 11 parent of the zoning code. The court would host up to 7 food trucks. The property is located at 10563 Country Walk Lane and in a general business B1 zoning district. For everybody's benefit, just to let you know, there is a staff report in the folder that goes through the details of this case. I can answer questions about that, but I'm assuming everybody on the committee has read that. You also have, the plans that were submitted by the applicants. And we did receive letters on this. So just real quickly, letter from Stephen Grutzmacher at 2387 Country Walk Drive with concerns regarding, the parking out there. And you have received copies of all these, so I'm being very brief only because you've already read them. He does fit photos of that, of the situations he is concerned with. Letter from Michael Holloway. And again, regarding, the mobile food court. He has concerns about the paving and whether it's, properly designed for storm runoff setbacks. Number of parking stalls. And some other items related to the code. He does list other concerns he has in there, regarding the generator, number of cars, and, basically the, location of the food court in relation to other restaurants. The full letter, like I said, is in your packet. There's another one from Preston Reynolds with concerns regarding the, neighboring the food truck on the neighboring property being immediately adjacent to Birchwood Village Homes. He cites concerns with permitting and licensing, traffic congestion, health and safety, waste disposal, restrooms, property values, emergency services access, environmental impact, community input, and his concern about the potential complexities that may arise as a result of allowing such a business to operate alongside fixed restaurants. We have another one in here from Andy and Julie Bryant on Cookstone Court, which is the neighboring residential property, on the R2 property. And they, again, various things, talking about setbacks, the road access points and water runoff. You have one from the Birchwood Lodge, Board of Directors, unanimous opposition. They cite hours of operation, noise, smell, odors, lighting, parking, general ambiance, water and runoff. And you also have something from the Piggly, a letter from the Piggly Wiggly, concerning large trucks with limited visibility, encountering vehicles on Country Walk or backing into the traffic on Country Walk Lane. Again, the full letter is in the packet. Tom Nesbitt was the one who wrote that. We also have a letter from Tim and Lisa Pease. Concerns are noise on the food trucks from customers, parking issues, customers coming through their yard, timing that they are allowed, large amount of garbage that would be created, probability of attracting rodents, loss of revenue, and the loss on their privacy. We also have one from Todd and Kathy Piper. Total opposition, they say, state aesthetic, too much noise from generations, or from generators, smells and odors, operational hours, overhead lights, unwanted visitors, unwanted animals, and parking issues. We have Trisha Kroll, who is on the R2 property as well, who's citing her concerns with the parking, and some of the other things that we just heard, so I'm not gonna reiterate all of that one. We have one with the full support and approval of conditional use permit for Rayanne LLC, and that is from Earth Art Studio and Country Walk Shops. And we have another one here, from another property owner in Birchwood who opposed the, development. They cite their reasons there. As a reminder, as you saw in the packet, I want to remind the committee or the planning commission what the state law is on this. This is a conditional use permit. A conditional use permit is something that is allowed. So the state has come out and they said, you cannot inflict your personal opinion on this. You can't just say no because you don't like it. It says the decision has already been made that this use is appropriate in that zoning district. And your role is to put conditions on that would mitigate any concerns that you might have. And you saw in the packet some potential conditions that staff recommended that uphold the code or reiterate the standards in the code. Oh, yeah. Okay.
Mike, do you want to speak first or go last?
I guess I can go last.
Okay. Okay, at 5:51, we will open up the public hearing. And who would like to speak? And when you do, please wait until you're called on and state your name and address for the record, please. Yes, sir.
Good evening. My name is Joe Fox. I am the president of the board of the Birchwood Lodge Condominium Association and the author of the letter that was included in the packet. I'm here representing my fellow board members, 5 of us in total, who have unanimously adopted the position that we have here. And we collectively represent the owners of 64 units at the Birchwood Lodge, including 16 that are village homes located on the property that is immediately contiguous and connected to the property in question tonight. I want to thank you for giving us a chance to provide our input. In fact, let me start by saying we were so pleased to see that the commission had adopted a food truck ordinance. We weren't aware of it. Back in April, apparently they adopted it. In reading it over, it seemed sensible. It seemed pretty clear. It seemed as though the rules and regulations were laid out very nicely. However, we're concerned that in the very first application to come before this body with regard to that set of code and rules, the commission seems, or perhaps already is, judging by the fact that it's being advertised as being available for lease, it seems as though they might be poised to ignore significant elements of its own policy. In the materials that came out, the cover letter that came out, these were described as, quote, relaxing some of the standards. The fact is that as we look at this, and I'm going to bring up a couple of them, this isn't the relaxation of a standard. This is the abandonment of the standards that were written in and approved in April. So let me just talk about a couple of those. The code requires that, and I'm quoting again, only existing approved public road access points be used to access a mobile food vendor food court, unquote. By setting this requirement aside, which has been done to allow for a brand new private road to be built into this property with an access point to a public road, Country Walk Drive. By setting this aside, we would argue that the commission would not be relaxing a requirement by any stretch of the imagination, but rather they're ignoring their stated requirements. I'd also point out that this particular access point is on a curve on Country Walk Drive, where it turns, and it's on the inside of the curve. We further note that the proposed access point is located directly across the street from the existing access point that serves the apartment complex across the street. I also note, and have seen this quite often myself, that this is the exact location of the school bus drop-off and pickup for the kids that live in those apartment complexes. Finally, I would note that the addition of this new access point would create the fifth access egress point in a 100-yard stretch of an already busy road that gets lots of traffic, both commercial and otherwise. As someone who walks that road a lot to go back into the neighborhoods, I know full well just how crowded that can be. As several of you at your August 22nd meeting noted, and some of you noted quite strongly, this is a major safety issue, and it cannot be and should not be set aside. The code requirements should not be ignored, especially for a major safety issue. My second point, according to the village administrator, the current parking code, and I'm quoting again, requires parking be set back from a right of way and there be a turnaround. Continuing, so we no longer allow parking to just back onto a street, even if it's a private road, unquote. It's hardly relaxing the code to simply allow this development to have back out parking throughout the entirety of the project onto both private and other roads. The back out option was put in place, or the code was made, I presume, in order to enhance safety for both pedestrians, cars, and other traffic that's moving through there. As our friends at the Piggly Wiggly have said, that's quite a bit of traffic and sometimes quite crowded. So there's a very good reason for this code, a safety reason. And again, I would say to ignore it is short-sighted and potentially dangerous. Third, the zoning ordinance sets specific requirements for setbacks and green space buffer zones. A fair reading of these indicates that a setback of 10, 20, or more feet is required, whether it's on a side lot, a back lot, a front lot. There's some different variations on it. But the new code, the code that was put in place for the food truck, clearly states that food truck courts, the setbacks and the green space buffers are double what's listed in the regular zoning committee. Looking at the picture, looking at virtually any rendering you have of this, looking at the schematics, there are none of these buffers or green spaces that are met by any of these requirements. Not around the principal structure, not around the, what I would argue are probably the secondary structures, which are the food trucks themselves. And in fact, the new road that goes in, the new road that's being asked to be approved so they can create the new access point, runs the side of the road within 10 feet of the backyards of the Birchwood Lodge. There's no green zone, there's no buffer zone, there's a little row of evergreen trees, and right on the other side of that is your driveway. People backing in, coming out, driving around. Welcome to the Birchwood Lodge. Hope you enjoy your stay. So there are a myriad of other aesthetic, environmental, and quality of life property use issues. You mentioned, Julie's mentioned the letters that are in the packet. You can read all the details there on those issues. However, what we're here tonight to talk about is applying the code as written in some reasonable fashion. We don't mind a fair relaxing of a code. Ignoring a code, I don't believe is appropriate. There are other questions that are unanswered that the materials don't even give us a clue on. For example, where will be the location of the garbage dumpsters? You would think that it would have to be on the public road. And if it's on the public road, unless it's on the food truck court side, it's going to be on the Birchwood Lodge property line. Again, not a very pretty picture. How will the project fulfill the green space requirements? I'm curious about the AstroTurf grass. Is that considered a green space requirement for the 20% overall? It doesn't seem all that green to me other than in color. I really do think it's disconcerting that the developer has started advertising leasing options on this a couple of weeks ago. Seems to me that it either trivializes or demeans this whole process and the process of having a public hearing if they believe that this fixes in or it's over a done deal. we asked the planning commission, plan commission apply its newly approved rules and regulations in an even-handed and sensible fashion, just as they were developed for this very specific purpose. This would require, we believe, the project proposal be rejected. I don't come here to make any kind of threats or anything, but I do want to have it on record in the minutes that if it were to be approved, the Birchwood Lodge will fully avail itself of all formal appeal processes, as well as any legal remedies and recourse that we might take. You said earlier about words on paper trying to convey the intent. I want to make sure tonight that the words on the paper that you wrote and approved in April have not just intent, but actual outcomes as well. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. Do you want to say anything?
Well, I think a lot of that was regarding the parking, and I just want to say that the plan commission does have the ability to adjust parking. There's a couple things. If you're looking at the number of stalls, and when you're looking at something, a number or something spatial, you can go for a variance before the zoning board of adjustment. If it's looking at the number of stalls, the plan commission, the code also allows us to have a waiver on that. But when it comes to a use variance, such as a driveway or where that driveway is, that is something the plan commission has the authority to adjust, and that's why they did use that when they did look at the driveways and the parking situation out there. As far as the buffer goes, there is a natural, Mr. Tomasian did landscape that entire perimeter years ago, of course, so the landscaping does meet our code. We wish there's flowers and all this other stuff in there, and we may impose that on there. But to be honest with you, it's one of the more complete, visual screens that we have in the B1 district. Those were the two biggest things I wrote down that I just wanted to make clear for the record.
I wanted to talk a little bit about the setback issues. The setback, not that they still don't have to be doubled for this particular use, but it's a principal use. There is no principal structure, and that also makes a big difference on when you are talking about the buffering space.
I would like to correct, there is a principal structure written on the plan, and it's supposed to be the bar.
Okay, can I finish talking? Thank you. So you did that, public access. We have heard, different safety issues. And I know that's a concern of many's, and some even on the plan commission that, have brought it up in the past. But it's a commercial lot. And so there's going to be a commercial entity at some point in time on it. And we have to take that within reason. And does Country Walk Drive need to be addressed as a roadway? Yes. It's on the village's list. Parks, Property and Streets has talked about it. I think it's also been outlined in the outdoor rec plan. Is that correct, Nate? For sidewalks to go, trails to go there?
We had talked about it, it's not,
Yeah,
we
we
looked
figured that
at
out
it,
this afternoon, but it should be on there.
it wasn't on the list, but it was discussed, so when we
Okay.
go through that process, we have to tweak the list.
Okay. So, the village is working and thinking about that road as a whole, not just because of this project, but because of, the heavy use, mostly going to the Piggly Wiggly and their vehicles. Who have their hand up?
So when you look at the package
Name and
from,
address, please.
my name is Roman Kolak, 10534 Ferrywood Court. If you look into your package from August 22nd, there is a plan with the principal structure. It was from.
That's an
planning from-
accessory structure to the principal use.
No, it says principal structure.
I can clarify that. So the applicant, when people apply, they don't know the code as well as we probably do. So they wrote principal structure. We view that as an accessory structure. That is accessory to the principal use on the property. So they wrote principal structure on their plan. We view that from a planning perspective as an accessory structure.
Who would like to speak now? Yes, Roman.
So my name is Roman Kovat. I live on 10534 Cherrywood Court. Again, I'm all for business, but I'm all for fair business. In the meaning, if there is a code created, it should be followed and fulfilled. According to the code, food court is required to be paved structure. Paved means concrete, asphalt, or brick. When you look at the plan, food court is calculated based on the amount of square footage for a truck. So it's 4,500 per each truck. It would add up to significant number. Looking at this, that area is not paved. Basically, the whole food court is considered the area of 28,000 square feet. The wall is 34,000 square feet. From this picture, this is a grass that should be paved. Paved doesn't mean only under the tracks, based according to the code. So this picture doesn't even fulfill the basic requirement for the paved food court structure. It doesn't fulfill the requirements for setback for green space that are doubled in a B1 district for this part of business. It creates a safety hazard by the entrance and again violating the code as it was written that there has to be existing. It doesn't stipulate that there will be additional road created or it can be waived. It has to be existing entrance to the food court. Another thing about this is that we are talking about the parking spaces for customers. There is no addressing of parking spaces for employees of these food trucks. So for a food truck to operate functionally, there has to be minimum, I would say, 2 employees, 1 at the cash register, 1 in the kitchen. I might be wrong about it, but I cannot imagine that 1 person is going to run the whole show. We are talking about additional 14 minimum parking spaces that are not addressed on this. Other concern would be if this is the plan that we should be approving, you as a commission, it's lacking structures like drainage. There is no currently any rainwater or sewer lateral to my knowledge on the lot, and everything drains if it is raining to the Birchwood Lodge property. If this structure, 28,000 square feet, should be paved, meaning asphalt, that runoff is going to be significant. I don't see any suggestion how this is going to be treated prior to any approval. Garbage locations, another thing, if the going garbage comes, they will probably have to come from this side of the road, meaning that the garbage will be in the right-hand corner, hidden behind some kind of structure that would be adjoining the Birchwood Lodge property. The smell from 7 food trucks, garbage, rodents, other issues would be significant to the customers that have patios or balconies right at that lot, and there are residents living in that area. Again, I'm not against the business. I'm against the principle that somebody approves ordinance and that ordinance is completely not followed. It's ignored. I come from a country and I came to the United States for one reason, not to see business happening because who I know, how they dress, how they behave. This was country where there was order. What was legally written, you were accountable legally for it. In this case, it all resembles to me, if you are a young driver, drinking and driving doesn't apply to you because you are first time driving, so how about you have a drink? That's how I feel that the Planning and Zoning Commission is dealing with this proposal. They are completely ignoring their own rules that they set up in April, and they don't enforce any of them. You allow maximum amount of trucks on this proposal with the minimum consideration to the surrounding properties safety or your own code that you created. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Roman. The Plan Commission, it was not our intent to have a sea of asphalt, that all the parking and where the food trucks were located and where the dining area would be with tables or picnic tables or whatever is there, that would be entirely paved. That would be remiss. That was not our intention. I think we talked about paved parking spaces. So we would never, ever approve something that would asphalt that whole entire piece of property.
I understand.
There is in the code, the property owner or the developer would have to take care of all the stormwater on their property. It is against the code to let it run off onto anyone else's property. You talk about having fair business, and this is not who you know at all, and I pulled up something hoping that I wouldn't have to bring it up, but I think it's fair game now, that when the condominiums or the townhomes were built and they came before the Plan Commission back in 2002, it was
I speak as a citizen of Sister Bates. I don't speak as a associated.
okay, it was, there was supposed to be landscaping and trees planted around the perimeter, which has never been done in 21 years later. So we try to do the best that we can. Sometimes we don't follow up on things. I understand that this is before us. We're gonna have a good debate tonight, try to address all the issues if we can. But I agree with you. It does not show parking for employees. So that is something that when the public hearing is over, that we will talk to the developer about that. I don't think garbage is a fair and reasonable complaint when there are open dumpsters throughout this entire village. Many that butt up to a variety of different zoning districts. I think that because we wrote the code and that somebody must be there on premise during the hours that the food court is open, those trash bins will probably be emptied more than any other trash bin within the village. And that includes the ones down in our park that our guys do once a day. Yeah.
Well, and some they go down and
Okay. But we will come back to discussing parking for the employees.
Okay, may I ask the question? In a zoning code, it says, the mobile food vendor court shall be paved and designed for proper storm water runoff. Another point says that not to overcrowd space, the maximum density for the food court shall not exceed 4,500 square feet of a lot area. So we are talking about food court. It means if there are 7 trucks allowed, the food court total square footage is 31,500. That wall amount, according to point C, has to be paid. There is no stipulation on it. It cannot be fake grass, it cannot be regular grass, it has to be paved structure. It's clear.
Julie?
Well. Yes, I think literally if you look at it, it's saying the court is asphalt. I know that wasn't our intent when we set it up. And one of the things that, when you look at the code for a plan commission, when you're reviewing conditional use permits, it says that you are supposed to you are required to look at a conditional use permit, and it says reviewed as to intent. So one of your roles, if you go to page 141 of the code, which is section 66.1575, or an e-parent talks about you're reviewing it for compliance with the intent of the code. And it talks about how you can make certain conditions and alterations to make sure that the intent of the code is upheld. And refer that to the board. You know, a conditional use permit, when it's when it's this type of conditional use permit, it does require a development agreement. And we do that to make sure that that the conditions you impose are upheld. But in doing so, the code does give you certain lateral to look not specifically at those rules. We want you to look at rules, but it also says, look at the intent. So sometimes a little enforcement isn't what the intent was, so the code makes it very clear, hey, when you're looking at a conditional use permit, look at the intent of the code.
I would be curious what the intent of the words, that only existing approved public road access points be used to access mobile food vendor courts. What, is there some gray area on the intent of those words?
The way that I interpret that is that it must be on a public roadway. Which Country Walk Drive is public.
Yeah, there's another section of the code that says every property with a parking lot has to be on a public road. So you're kind of dealing where it has to be on a public road. So your code was written to say it should have access onto that public road, because there's other parts that say you can't have property that's not on a public road. Or I'm sorry, accessing a public road from commercial.
Well, okay, thank you. I'm not quite sure what to make of any of these codes now.
Someone would like to speak next?
Actually, I would like to add that any appointed official and staff who administers an ordinance interpret its provisions routinely and must apply them consistently. Where zoning ordinance language is unclear or contested, it must be interpreted in order to implement local land use policies. To me, that's clear.
Would someone else like to speak? Yes, Mr. Church.
Ken Church, 2295 Hill Road. Your list of, in the board report of, if it's gonna be upheld, that staff recommends all these different conditions. The only concern I have is on number 7, since no gazebos or other shelters, pergola tents which go on the site plans, they are not allowed, period. That gives nothing to say what would happen in the future. When you look at this nice picture they have, they kind of show, I don't know if these are tents or not tents. Anything that, if you're gonna build, say you're gonna build a gazebo or whatever, you would need a building permit, and you could allow that. But just to say, just completely cut it off, you don't know what the future's gonna be, it's not gonna be allowed, I think that's ridiculous.
There's sunshades.
Uh,
Sunshades.
Okay, well, whatever. But my point is, you got a nice big area in the middle of this thing that I think a gazebo would look kind of nice, depending on weather. If this thing is gonna be run year round, who knows if it's gonna be run year round, depends on how it takes off.
So usually with a conditional use permit, if he would want to change it or alter it from what was approved, he has to come back to the committee to alter it. And the reason why we do that is we want to make sure that they're not just randomly taking required parking stalls or required tables out of the mix and instead putting things up. So we do say, you can alter your plan, but you come back to the planning commission.
He didn't propose any of that, so that's why it's written, Ken.
Yeah, but you're saying right off the bat that this is not gonna be allowed, so it's like, is this
It
just for
won't
this
be a-
particular piece of property?
It is for
And his,
the,
and his
if it-
permit?
for this permit,
Okay,
for what, has been brought before us with any conditions.
all right,
And in the future, if a gazebo were desired for a little better shelter than just umbrellas, it would come through the same process again. But it wasn't proposed, so therefore we're saying it's not allowed, and if you want to do it, you can come back to us in the
All right.
future. Thank you. Anyone else?
Jessica,
You may have the floor.
Skylar Taliesin, Stantec Engineering, 312 North Fifth Street, Surge Bay. I'm the engineer of record for the project here. I just hit a few points, maybe to clarify a few things that you have questions on. To begin with, the trash enclosure, it's on the schematic plan. You can see it on the rendering. It's actually behind what the incorrectly labeled principal structure. The intent is to keep it quite a ways away from the housing development here. It's more towards the front. We envision trash service to come in through the backside, pick it up on the corner here and exit on Country Walk Lane. Brings us to Country Walk Lane. It's actually a private roadway, which the developer has an easement for the exact type of parking that he has along it, the backup parking. So that is, according to their legal conditions, allowable. What else we got? So green space, even if we were to pave the entire courtyard area, we would still be above the 20% requirement of green space. We'd be at 25% green space. So that's not our intent, but I'm just saying that that would be still within code requirements. Yeah. Yes, we have more parking. We got 4 more spaces than is actually required via the food truck, but I think we'll probably discuss that later.
Storm runoff.
Yep, storm runoff. Everything in the front corner here where this sort of grassed area is, that's gonna be the storm runoff area. Preliminary calculations are all there. It's all completed. We just need to formalize it. Everything's sized appropriately for this paved area and the green space, so it'll be contained, collected, and conveyed. That's all I've got for summation. Unless anybody's got direct questions for me.
At a public hearing, you are guaranteed the right to speak. So as soon as I close it, you will lose that right. So I will ask if there's anyone who still wishes to speak. Yes, ma'am.
Ana Nestor 2366 Eva Hopeford.
Can you repeat that?
Ana Nestor 2366 Eva Hopeford.
Yes,
What about the signage? Is each individual truck gonna have a sign?
that's not part of this process. That's a separate process.
Thank you.
And permit. Anyone else?
I'd like to speak it.
Yes, ma'am.
Jolene Bryden, 12265, State Highway 42 on today. My husband and I own Savor Barbecue. We have 2 food trucks that operate in Door County, Wisconsin. We've been doing it 6 years, and I just wanted to include just some information about food trucks in general. What we do, and possibly provide some additional information as far as food truck, we call them food truckers or food truck owners in general in this county and in the state of Wisconsin. I myself run one of the food trucks at North Peninsula Winery that's hosted by them. I run it by myself. I do everything from start to finish. Take the order, put the order together, hand it out the window. So when somebody comes up to the food truck, they are speaking to the chef. Same thing, my husband, Corey Bryden, he operates the other food truck at, north of here, and he also runs it solely by himself. The majority of the other food trucks either run them solely by themselves, or they have one additional person to handle cash. Safety measures are in place for the people that run it solely. If they're handling cash, handling food, they have a system in place, that we are licensed, permitted. Every single food truck owner has the same licensing and permit as a normal restaurant operating in Door County, Wisconsin, as well as the state of Wisconsin. We are licensed. We are also, have training and are permitted for, food safety management for allergens, any sort of, that sort of thing as well. I know that's been a question for people. They think that we are not licensed, that we run amok and, don't care about the safety of our food, which is not the truth. I can say, safe to say that every single person in this room has experienced this year frustrations, with dining. Unless you cook every single thing at home, getting food last minute, guests arrive, you want something quick. We don't have fast food up here. So we've been kind of coined the fast food of Door County. I don't know how I feel about that because my husband and I work really, really hard to create a quality, exceptional experience when they come to our food truck, whether it's the service or the food. I don't know if anybody in here has ever been to our food trucks, not the point of me speaking. But I wholeheartedly support food trucks and then the special niche that they provide to this county. I am the creator of Door County Food Trucks, social media group that now, has quite a following and has really melded the food truck community, the family that we have, the service that we provide. We don't have like a group that says this is, our coalition or this is our mission, but we get together and we all agree that we want to provide a high level of service, and have people proud of, the food and the service that we provide. And, because, years ago, people would use the word approach coach or this or that, and that's, farthest from the truth. Trying to think of other questions or things generators, I know we're concerned with the noise, and I don't like using generators. I don't want to use a generator. If I was to be parked at a food court, I would want to plug in because I don't want to hear the noise. I can't hear and have a great conversation with someone, if I hear that going on. And we've done food courts before in Northern Illinois, Southern Wisconsin area. And I've seen it work and I've seen it not work. And the reason why it doesn't work is when you have investors and promoters looking to make money off of food truckers. Because food truckers, we're doing it. It's successful. It's working. So I have to see the benefit of why I want to park here. What's the concern and the care for me if I'm gonna park here? I can tell you personally, I have concerns as well for this food court. 7 trucks on this lot based on this means I'm not gonna make much money. That doesn't make me want to park here with 7 trucks. 4 trucks? I have a minimum. I have to pay for my groceries. My food bill every week. So yes, I support food trucks. And the niche that they fit, because all of us are frustrated. The people that visit Door County are frustrated. I mean, I'm on all that social media. That's what, it's part of the other part of what I do. I see it day in and day out on so many posts. I tried calling to get reservations. Now it's saying I have to do this. Now I have to jump through this hoop. Come here at a food truck. You can show up with 10 people and I will be glad to serve you. and that's why I'm here. Because I support it, I think it's needed to have food trucks, because they do fit that niche. I don't know if this is the right niche, and perhaps it is, but the way that I see it here, it definitely needs work.
Thank you.
Yep.
Yes, sir.
I'm Brian Starry. I live at 469 North Fifth Avenue in Sturgeon Bay. I'm the owner, operator of Papa B's food truck.
Of which,
Papa B's. I was in Sister Bay, outside of the city limits before food trucks were allowed in Sister Bay. I was at Dovetail Trading for 2.5 years, and I've since moved to Sturgeon Bay, and I've been there 2.5 years, so this is my 5th season. I want to reiterate a lot of what Jolene just had to say about food trucks in general. I appreciate that Sister Bay is opening their arms up to the food truck business. I think it's a great thing. I'm curious as to what changed everybody's mind, because I know that the history hasn't been so good. We haven't been accepted. We've been looked at, frowned upon. I think the brick and mortar, some of the brick and mortar owners were afraid of us, afraid that we would take their business. It's a completely different niche. As she was saying, if somebody wants to go out and have a fine dinner and make the reservation and wait for a couple hours to sit down and eat, that's not what we do. But we offer a different service that isn't available if you don't want that. So I think it's a great thing, but I have some real concerns about this also. Even though by zoning standards, it says there's enough parking spots, not really. Not if each one of us is gonna get enough business to stay alive. If you do the math, we gotta meet a minimum. We would have to have for 7 trucks, probably about 1,000 people a day. At least go through there and eat in order to have us make any money. And that's the way we're set up now. I'm not so sure that it's gonna be as financially feasible if we have to pay any extra fees to be part of this food truck court. I'm all for it. I think they're cool and I like them, and I went to one down in Florida that's very successful. And I was actually gonna come back and try to draw up a plan to set one up in Sturgeon Bay, but somebody beat to do it. So I like the idea. But I don't know that unless you're in this business and you understand what all of the needs are, there's a lot of questions that I have as far as, those are for the developers, not necessarily for everybody here. But for electrical hookup for each truck, like she said, because none of us want to have 7 or 8 generators running at the same time. Or have water dumping stations on site, so that we can dump our wastewater and filling stations to fill on site. Without some of those things, this will never work. I wouldn't do it, not a chance. Oh, well, I'm not, maybe it is, huh? None of that's been addressed here, so I want to make sure that it's out there. But we should all have, electrical service and dumping and more parking or more walk-up access or something in order to accommodate that many people. I've been in this business as long as I've been in, and I'm one of the original, Martha came first. And then I bought her truck, and Wally and I have been in it probably the longest of anybody. And I love to see the growth. At one time it was Wally and I, now there's about 30 food trucks scattered around the town. So I know there's a need and we're filling it, but we're all doing it already. So we have to find out what's gonna make this so much more attractive to make it worth us going there. Because we're already established. So I just want to throw that out there to the developer and the board here. Let them know that, it's a great idea and I love them. But there's a lot of thought that has to go into it rather than just this picture here with nowhere near enough parking or anything, in my opinion.
thank you, Brian.
It's gonna create a lot of congestion if we get the number of people we need for it.
Anyone else?
Yes,
Yes,
please.
ma'am.
Yvonne Wiltsey, 10525 Kessel Lane, number 2. I do like a good food truck. I think it's a wonderful idea to bring some up here. But again, my concern is the quantity of trucks in that little space. That the traffic it's gonna entail, the people it's gonna bring in. I just think, I agree with you, I think it's too many.
Yeah.
You wouldn't be profitable, but we're gonna have way too much traffic and people on our.
If we were gonna be profitable, yeah, it would be a congested mess.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Someone else? Yes.
Stoyan Dimitrov, 11579 Beach Road. I have a restaurant close by. It's in Country Walk. And I think my restaurant is in a different, slightly different than what the food trucks are. But what I'm concerned about is not the idea of this place being there, but rather the amount of trucks and the fact that if the parking is not sufficient in order to be profitable for the trucks. My concern is that there's gonna be an overspill of parking in our already existing parking, which is right next to it, which wouldn't be, it's not connected and there's no way to control that flow. I personally think that maybe there are a little less trucks, and that would give a good amount of, if all the other concerns are addressed. I think that less trucks would be better, more parking would be better. I don't know if that would really serve everybody equally for, it's a big area with a lot of shops, and I think it needs to be more balanced. I would really not like to see too much of this overflow coming in our parking, taking the spots that we have for our clients and then going back there. Shopping from this particular.
Thank you, Stoyan. Anyone else? Yes, Ken.
Just to comment on the parking issues, first off, he's only allowing 15 feet per food truck. A lot of the trucks are bigger than the 15 feet, they're gonna end up taking 2. Therefore, you will have less food trucks there. The other thing is that I would say 50 to 75% of the people coming in buying from a food truck, they don't stay there and eat. They take it and they go. So if the parking is, what the parking is maybe 15 minutes by the time they get their food. So you have to take that into account also.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, Tom.
Okay, so, hello, everybody. My name is Mike Tomasi.
Tom.
Well,
Jeez.
it's Mike Tomasi.
Yeah.
Nobody gets to pronounce my last name. So, my wife and I, Shannon, we run Twisted Tree on that 1709 Waterson Road. We run Twisted Tree. Everything we do is above board, and I'm trying to be a good neighbor in this regard. Joe, I hear your concerns, Roman, Anna, Stoyan, Jolene, Papa Bees. What I can tell you is that our plan, and it's been a lot of work in making, exceeds the code requirements. I put electric car charging in there, bike repair, water bottle filler. It's more of a place where a lot of our tourists and locals can go and enjoy it. It's dog friendly, kid friendly, food friendly. And I'm trying to create a place where we can have some economical food options in a quicker manner, not to be fast food, but in a quicker manner. Economical.
We call it good food fast.
Good food fast. And in my idea, when you see 7 food trucks, that would be the maximum. It's not like I can click my finger and say I want 7 today. I'm gonna have to make a deal, and we're not even into that marketing aspect where I'd have to say, let me invite you to this food truck court, and we'll get into that later, but for the purposes of this, we have, for the noise, let's talk about the main things. We already planned on doing shore power. So trucks would have a 30 amp, 50 amp breaker, potable water, extinguisher, all those things. You wouldn't be hearing generators. Certain trucks, if they couldn't hook up, we could do like almost, it's called a zombie box, but there are things that can muffle sound. I think there's 85 decibel range and survey
75.
75. Most of these things can be under 16, under even 30. And that could be debated later, but we're thinking about that. I'm trying to be a good neighbor and thinking about those issues where we're not a nuisance to Birchwood. Joe, we're not a nuisance to you. I'd be more than happy to meet with you and the board, and because I do own the lots on both your sides and they are gonna be developed someday. I wanna work with you because I'm in the neighborhood. I'm not gonna run a filthy, dirty business. You can see the businesses I developed. Sister Bay Athletic Club, Twisted Tree. We're also doing a donut shop in Ephraim. Part of everything I do is neat and clean and tidy. And I'm always on site doing that. I'm not gonna leave garbage, the trash area is enclosed. I'm trying to put more parking than the code asks for. So I know that it meets the requirements. I'm not necessarily gonna shut it down the area's throat. I wanna work with everybody. It doesn't mean that you can't have a food truck there someday, or somebody can do something there. It could be, a lot of people can enjoy that space. And it's not necessarily an all of 7 off the bat. There might be 1 or 2, maybe in time to leave 3. I'm sure it might be busy around fall fest time, things like that. But it is seasonal. We plan on doing it May through October, 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. Those are the maximum hours. I don't know if they'll be that late. But for all intents and purposes, I'm gonna stick to the rules and even go beyond that to try to make it, a nice family friendly Door County, environment. I think it's a great addition to the neighborhood. And it allows food trucks that could never be in Sister Bay. Now there's a place for it. It's not in a highly congested area. I'm there all the time. I have pictures of the traffic here and there. It's not as much congested as downtown or when 42 lines up for a mile, here and there. It's not like that. But I think it's a great addition to the neighborhood, and I just hope that we can work together to try to make this work. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. If no one else wishes to speak, then I'm going to close the public hearing at 6:42 and have a plan commission discussion. Okay, is there a motion to close the public hearing at 6:42? Motion by Schmitz, second by Bell. All those in favor respond with an aye. Opposed, carried. I just want to say a couple of things before we get into anything specifically. The Plan Commission struggled on creating this food truck ordinance. And it took us a long time to get to the point where we're at. And do we think that it's perfect? I think we've said no, but that happens a lot of times with ordinances, and until you actually start working with it, then you readdress any issues that you continue to find. Conditional use permit. There's a variety of reasons that we have them in our zoning code. And one of the reasons is if we don't have something permitted or prohibited in there. And food trucks is one of those things where you have to come and make your case to us. We will put additional conditions on it if it is approved. There are probably more conditions on a food truck court than there are in almost anything else in our zoning code. I personally was very impressed with the detail when we were having these conversations. This is very similar to something that I was thinking about. I believe it's beautifully done. I agree that there's some issues that we need to address and have conversations about, but one of the most, as plan commission chair for 20-some years, the most complete plan that we have received. And we are grateful as plan commission members for that. Going back to the conditional use permit. Things that could be there that would also require a conditional use permit is a car wash, a strip joint, or adult entertainment, or an outdoor entertainment that could be open, you know, until 2:30 in the morning. So I don't think it's a bad mix. Like I said, I think there's issues that we need to address. And so I just kind of wanted to say that before we start discussing. So where would anyone like to start?
I have two things. First of all, I'm glad to hear about you're gonna have plugins, because my research said that if you've got a generator, you could have up to 90 dBs if you had an old one. And I know some of you you can't even hear yourself taking orders. So can we put a requirement that they either plug in or dampen? Because there are dampeners available. Is that correct for the generators?
Inverter.
Say what?
Inverter generator, it creates less. Yeah.
Okay. And then the other issue was the eating area. I happen to hate AstroTurf. Could we have some sort of a pervious surface? Think of the parking lot at the Ridges. It would be low maintenance for you. It wouldn't look like Lambeau Field. It would drain water.
Are you asking me?
I'm suggesting.
Oh.
I'm sorry.
Sorry,
I'm sorry. I shouldn't be doing that. I'm suggesting. That's my two.
Al Johnson says AstroTurf.
And I think it's terrible.
Okay. Didn't know if you knew.
You took down lovely trees and you put in AstroTurf. Yeah.
Is that an impervious surface underneath the AstroTurf?
It's permeable, it's open gravel.
Yeah, I know it can be.
That's the intent, is design it so it drains naturally.
we were thinking dogs, kids, picking up, puppy pickup stations. Turf is just easy to pick up, clean, rinse, and it always looks green. So,
I'm looking up a number for decibels, and what I was looking at.
I have that.
I'm looking at like a Honda inverter generator.
Yep, that's what I came up with. And then inverter generators, if it was going to be that way, that they are, well, a generator considered quiet. Is between 50 and 60 decibels.
Right.
And here it is. Okay. 70 decibels is the equivalent to the washing machine in your home. Or noise in an office environment, or inside a car driving at 60 miles an hour. 65 decibels is normal speech, half a meter, or ambient conversation. So, I knew noise was a concern, so as long as whatever was happening was in that 50 to 60 range, and if it's all plug-in and electric, that's just even better.
My concern with it was, yes, if it's 60, but you're power washing your house next to your neighbor, it's about 45 minutes to an hour. The folks in Birchwood are gonna hear it for 8 hours. So it was not only the level of the noise, but the continuous. So if we did allow the generators, it would be like you had your washing machine going all day.
Do we need to allow the generators, or can we just make that a condition? I mean, is that gonna put any additional burden on you if we just say, we don't want you operating generators up? Like, you're gonna have shore power.
yeah, but some trucks, you don't know the future, like we're trying to make all these rules on the future we don't know yet. Some vehicles may have a generator, but those are the rules that I would make for my own business. I would say, does your vehicle have generator low? If not, we would have they have like boxes, the ones that I know are called zombie boxes, believe it or not, and they, you look it up, you can enclose someone's generator, even muffle it. But yes, I do plan on having shore power for all intents and purposes, or in the rare circumstance that maybe somebody's vehicle doesn't plug into what I have, it's a odd size or something, we could still muffle their sound or have a rule that if your generator is too loud, you're not allowed to be here. It's more of, I think, an internal business thing.
But we could limit the decibel that,
Yeah, I'm looking at, like, there's 3,000 or 5,000 inverter, and the 5,000 could be needed for something like this, and it ends up being 60.
Maybe even more than that,
What are you gonna be looking at then?
7,500 to 9,000.
That's,
Wow. What I have. I have a direct plug-in right now.
are you a 9,000 watt inverter?
When I go mobile.
Are you using a 9,000 watt inverter, or is it just a standard?
Look it up. And that's what
The Predator 9500 ESC trial generator.
but by putting a restriction on, the decibel not above 60, that's still 65 is normal speech.
Right, 60 sounds good.
And-
If you can keep that,
That's
yeah.
60 per generator, times 7. Possibly.
That was my concern, and that's why I was thinking we have to either require,
We can't have conversations back
Sorry.
and forth.
No, we should. I agree.
I'm still thinking that we have a requirement for either plug-in or the zombie box.
But you would still, I think you still wanna have a decibel max.
Sure. Well, why wouldn't? It would be tighter than our code. Fine, like that.
I think in this case it makes sense. I hear what you're saying. But like, because there could be. I guess I really wonder if we need to allow this, I mean. I don't think it's unreasonable to say you need to plug in, and that may preclude some operators from doing that, but that doesn't seem like that big of an ask. For the possible negative repercussions of it, with one big exception, and I think back to 5 or 6 years ago, when we were without power for 3 or 4 days. I wouldn't want to say, no, you can't operate them, like similar to what we got from the telecommunications board, it says you can't operate a generator, it is, you can't operate a generator except for testing and in case of emergency. I don't know how the rest of the commission feel about that, if that's too much.
Well, it's not our responsibility or job to make sure that somebody's business model is profitable. So our job is to determine what is the best all around and the conditions we implement, so if
I would like this outlaw generators, period. Just have plug-in.
okay, so
I think you're gonna have a noise problem here, no matter what you do with virtually. I think so, with the traffic and just the noise from the food trucks and what they're doing, the units next to there are, it's gonna start to get noisy. So if you can eliminate some of that, I think that
okay.
eliminate some of the complaints.
Okay. So going back to Julie's staff report on page 80. It talks about installing a sidewalk in the right of way at the owner's expense. Because we are having conversation about redoing Country Walk Drive, installing a sidewalk of some kind. I think it makes absolutely no sense for it to be installed at this point in time, but money be put in escrow. So when that all is done, that it would make sense where it is implemented and the village has the money then to do that portion of it when we do the whole road. Is that fair enough?
Just share some information on that sidewalk that, you know, we were looking to see what the neighboring properties were. So Birchwood, had to give us an easement specifically for a sidewalk. So when I think it was phase 2 was approved, we, as a condition of their approval, was that they give us the easement for that sidewalk. Now, we didn't have them put the money in escrow, but we know that with that property and this property, we at least have a good section of sidewalk that would be, land that would be reserved for a sidewalk. And I just bring that up because I think it supports the idea of not having it installed now, especially with possible work on that road someday. And to question, you know, whether we put it in escrow or not, that's completely up to you, but I just want you to know what happened on neighboring properties or what we've done on the other properties out there.
Money in escrow is great, and all, but if this doesn't get done ever, I mean, one of the reasons we have some of the congestion issues out there, because there is no sidewalks, because we haven't done it, so. I guess I'm fine with the principle of putting in escrow, but we really gotta do something there, and not in the very distant future, especially understanding we've got that easement there, and when that 57 trail connects. I would almost, part of me would like to see that sidewalk to nowhere so that we're reminded there needs to be a sidewalk there. But I understand your point of view, okay, that might be great symbolically, but what does it actually do?
Well, it can still be on, still be on the plan as proposed future, you know, it's just maybe not drawn, it's notated, not drawn to scale or something like that for future connection with, you know, can still be on here.
It also, with that easement, that wouldn't preclude a multimodal now, that. It's gonna be too, it's not gonna be too
The
small.
one that's on well, I think we'd want to make it consistent with the one that's on Birchwood, and I'll be honest with you, on Birchwood. I don't remember, but I don't think it said anything about multimodal. I think it just said they had to give an easement for sidewalk purposes.
So the easement hasn't been done, it's just dictated that they have to.
Well, that was back in early 2000s that Birchwood was required to give us that easement. I didn't follow up to get a copy of that easement, but on that side of the road, we're trying to get easements as we go. So what do we want to do with number 1 then? Just require it to be deeded. Well, actually, it's our land, it's our right of way. So the money can put in escrow, or
That the money or however many let be included and be put in escrow.
And then let's make sure between you and I, Denise, that makes it to the upper left line.
Mhm. Okay, 2, there's no issue. 3, runoff, we talked about stormwater.
well, Denise, wait, can we back up to number 2, because there was a question about the fact that it says paved.
Okay,
So it says here, the mobile food vendor court shall be paved and installed. Let's talk about that, because I think our understanding of paved, or our intent was, as you said, the driveways, the parking. You couldn't have gravel parking is what we were trying to get to when we had discussed it. So let's make it very clear then, that this is except those green areas shown on the plan.
I'm not comfortable calling them green areas.
Okay, we can think of any term we
Three-quarter
want.
area. I mean, I understand that it's better than pavement.
pervious surface.
Yes, perfect.
Except the pervious surface is shown on the plan.
Can I ask something? This picture shows all the food trucks butting up against the Birchwood. Is there any reason they couldn't flip it and put the food trucks on the opposite side, so at least there was a little more distance between them?
Well, we required those food trucks to meet a setback, so if you put it on the other side,
They're not enough room to do a setback there.
They're 56 feet off of the property line.
I think then the garbage would, so if you did that, the structure here would have to go over there, then one way. Might be a worse for them.
Or 46 feet, something like that.
Yeah, I see. Yeah.
Okay, 3 runoff. By code, he
he can't,
can't,
right, he has to address stormwater. Their plan even said they would still come through with a formal stormwater plan even after this, although it's not required for this part right here. The code also says that, you know, you can't have runoff off the parking lot, that's gotta be taken care of, so I know out there, there's a lot of drainage issues, I know there was a lot of water going on to the private road, we had a lot of complaints.
well,
Last
everything
year.
from Piggly Wiggly is coming down.
Yeah, everybody's property was draining onto right in front of Mike's, and I think plus his own property, so he really had an issue, so when I had talked to the engineer, the thought was to try and address, to make sure nothing goes onto Birchwood, but also anything that would go to the west gets diverted to the public storm sewer. So that's what we want.
Where is that storm sewer currently?
I did not bring the storm sewer plan with me. Tyler, do you know exactly where it is on there?
I actually don't think there is a public storm sewer connection near that area, unless there's one. Is there one way in the back northern corner? I guess I don't know.
Yeah, when I looked down the,
I know there's a manhole back there, but I don't know what it's for.
yeah, because when I looked on the utilities map, it showed some infrastructure on there.
Okay.
I mean,
Well,
so-
regardless, he's gotta get it to a public storm sewer, however he does that.
But it's a lot of everybody else's water still.
He's
Yeah,
taking everybody
I
else's
would
water.
question where the storm sewer is on Country Walk. I just don't picture it.
Yeah, I know, I know it doesn't go as far over as the other side of Birchwood, you know that. Birchwood Lodge. So it doesn't go as far out to the highway. It stops at the end of the Birchwood Lodge property. And I think it,
Oh,
if I
there's
remember
some
right,
kind of connection, I remember, because the property that I own next to Mike, in between Mike's corner lot and then the Birchwood Lodge, there is something in some green space back on their property.
yeah.
We kind of like in the middle, because when I was trying to figure out how to get sewer and water to that piece of property, because there's nothing on the frontage, that's where the Department of Public Works said that would probably be the place that I would have to connect, and it was kind of out in the middle of nowhere, and I don't know if it's because Birchwood on the homes that were built when they were approved, they haven't built all of them, there's still 2 buildings proposed that are hanging out there, and so maybe it was going to
Continue on.
and tie it in and bring it out to Country Walk, I don't know.
Well, I think we need to condition that regardless, because we have to make sure there's no stormwater leaving that site. Unless it's going into a stormwater system. Storm sewer.
And then if he's getting Country Walk's water, then that's an issue that
Yeah,
we'll have to address with.
he has inherited a lot of the water that has run south onto that corner there. Yeah, it's not all his water, he's taking everybody else's water on that property. Okay, in that roadway.
So restrooms and hand washing station from the codes.
I just want to make sure that the restrooms are open to the public during their open hours.
There's 2 restrooms.
And whoever uses them, uses them.
Yeah, 7, whatever the hours are, yeah.
I think you mean not patrons only, right?
Not patrons only, but public.
But they're entitled to close them when.
Yes. Yeah. As long as they're open, everybody's can use them.
Something that I hadn't thought about until I heard some of the food truckers speak was the excess water. I mean, like, it's,
Our wastewater.
yeah, your wastewater.
Yeah.
Is there facilities there for them to put their wastewater into? Is that a consideration you've got?
So, yes, we're gonna provide sanitary dump out, basically a dump out. We don't know if it's gonna be in every single site yet, or just 1 or 2 within there.
Yeah, you would drive away, near the bathrooms, there'll be like a typical RV one, it's gray water.
Yep.
Just there, yeah.
With a grease trap, then feeds into your public sanitary sewer system.
And that is addressed through the licensing portion, which is a separate one. I don't think talks about that.
Why do you think it's so important that they're public? Just curious.
To make sure that everybody has a chance to use the restroom. I sit in the visitor center. And half of my questions is where's the public restroom? So if you can add another public restroom in the village of Sister Bay, thank you.
Okay. I don't know that he's going to police who's using it, but.
Just make sure that everybody can use it.
Okay.
Thank you. Less and less gas stations now, so. Yeah, we lost the gas station.
I just say there might be I mean, from a legal liability thing, like he's got random people coming off the street to potentially get hurt. I mean, his insurance might not like that at all, so.
But you can't police who uses it either.
Very true, but
But if we state it,
if you put it in the code, then it all might,
right.
why was this person here? Well, because the
I
village
think
said
who
they
uses
have.
it, uses it. I think it's wrong for us to ask somebody to have public restrooms. That this is for, because just at my business, I'm in an old building, which is part of the problem. We have 1 bathroom. It's for everybody. Men, women, children, and others. And what's irritating is when people can't find a restroom, they come in with a family of 6 or 8. They're not customers, they're only using the bathroom, and my real customers now have to wait. My paying customers have to wait to use them. I don't think that's right. And I don't think it's right that we specify that they're public. He's not gonna police it, they're not gonna be locked, they're going to be open. The village needs to address public restrooms.
Needs to put in public restrooms.
Or the country walk development.
The Country Walk development should.
Country Walk does have.
Okay. In each unit?
They're just in off the deli there.
They're in the lower level or.
Yeah.
Public restrooms. Yeah.
2 sets then. One
So
up,
there's
one down.
what, by top shelf and then
Yeah.
lower level?
Lower level.
Yeah. Okay.
Last time.
Do you wanna go through the rest of your list?
Sure, one on-site sign is allowed to promote the location of the mobile food vendor court, a separate permit is required. And again, it's just 1. There are, you can have the branding on the trucks, that's through the code that regulates the trucks themselves. But the development itself is limited to 1 sign. To protect the night sky and not be a distraction to the motoring public, the sign shall not be illuminated. Any mounted lighting associated with mobile food vendor court shall use a hooded lens, so light is cast downward and onto the property. So as to not disturb the night sky nor adjacent properties, including the roads. Lighting fixtures shall not use lighting that provides more than 900 lumens, is LED and uses warm white lights. String lights, which are not addressed by our code, would be permitted. He did propose it. Provided the string does not emit more than 40 lumens per bulb, and bulbs shall be warm white. And I put 40 because that's what we put on the peach mark.
So I'd like it to say instead of one light, 3000 K. So it's the same thing, but it's more specific. And does it make sense to say dark sky compliant in here? Or is that an official standard that we can reference?
Hold on, 3000 Kevlar, right?
Okay, yeah. Oh,
And you said,
it's still saying warm white, it's just being specific to what warm white means. And then,
oh, yeah, I mean, we could,
and then
I think we just use both.
people don't know what.
I have a, go ahead.
but then the dark sky compliant, can we put that as a requirement, or is that a official standard?
Well, and I question whether we would discuss any mounted lighting associated, because none is proposed. So I think the only thing that we're approving is the string lights. Well, because we don't have a lighting plan, there's no posts, no lamp posts or anything proposed. So,
I figured there's gotta be lighting by the restroom. He's gotta have something by those restroom doors, I would think. Keep in mind, this is closed usually at night when it is dark.
I would rather keep, have a condition with the lighting plan to come back, if it's anything beyond the string lights. By the time everybody is out of food court or something, yeah, it's only gonna be in the building. Okay, show us a plan of that.
Since no gazebos or other shelters, for example, pergola tents were shown on the site plan, they are not allowed. Patio umbrellas are allowed at the tables shown on the plan reviewed by the plan commission, as are the sunshades shown on the rendering reviewed by the plan commission. Again, we do that because we want to know exactly what's going out there. We don't want to take a chance that all at once somebody's got the gazebos in the setback, taking up space that maybe was for tables or parking. That's very common.
I have questions. Are we allowing only the ones that are shown on the plan? Or, I mean, they may need a lot more shade than those.
Oh, because not every table has an umbrella on it.
Yeah. I mean, we're gonna limit it to what's on the plan.
It says for the plan, but if we want to do something different, we need to talk.
So there's 18 tables. Is that correct?
I think you need to figure that they're all gonna potentially have an umbrella.
Yeah.
Can we just say that all tables have to have umbrellas
May.
or may?
Okay.
They may want a lot more shade than.
Yeah.
The mobile bot, the hotter it is, grab your food and go, less congestion.
Why I like your reasoning.
The mobile food vendor unit owner or operator shall not be allowed to camp on site. There shall be no amplified live music, noise shall be in compliance with this chapter in the municipal code. So you could set more restrictive standards if you want, but if not, that's what the code says. All mobile food vendors and their employees shall be made aware of where on-site fire extinguishers are and functioning water hoses. The operator of the mobile food vendor court or their employee shall be on site during hours of operation. The mobile food vendor court shall be closed to the public between 9 PM and 7 AM.
Question,
Yes.
what about a private event? We only mentioned public.
Well, let's see what the code says. Like a wedding?
Like anything, somebody could have just a big birthday party or something.
Yeah, the code says public, so
I think it's public and private.
public and private. So as to not mislead the public that food is available at a unit that is not open to the public and result in vehicles unnecessarily entering the court. No mobile food vendor unit shall be stored on site when not serving food for 18 hours or more. If the unit is not providing food at least once a day, it must be removed from the site. The court is not intended to be a storage facility. To control vermin and the risk of pollution, all trash must be in an enclosed receptacle. The landowner or manager shall be responsible for ensuring no garbage protrudes from the trash receptacle unit. Dumpsters shall be screened from public view with vegetation. The wall. On the plan, he actually shows a wall. A fence. If there is a propane tank, it shall be buried.
Question on that.
Yeah.
If they are, I'm assuming these trucks are likely going to have kind of like portable propane tanks for a number of them. I'm assuming that you would allow them to have portable tanks and that you
Yeah.
wouldn't want them to bury those. I would think that there would take any permanent propane tank.
Yeah, I'll find the right wording on that. That's a good point. The property shall be.
Hold on.
Can I ask one really quick question about that 18-hour rule? What if we're closed like on a Monday or Tuesday? That's a 24-hour window where no one's serving just because or a holiday or something. Is that,
Yeah.
do you,
I'll take a
Place
look
that.
at how we can word that. That's actually straight out of the code. I can't remember, because at first we had a greater time period and we got complaints where people were like, why are you allowing it so long? But we'll take a look at
I
that.
just don't want to run into issue
Yeah.
later if we're.
The property shall be landscaped per the rendering presented to the plan commission.
Okay.
So the question is, do we want more than what's shown on there?
So this is your stormwater, right?
Yes.
I think that's all great. I do think, do you believe that there is room? What year did you plant all those trees, Mike?
7 years, 6 years ago,
Okay.
6 years ago,
Um,
and they're getting larger, and they're
Yeah.
pretty big.
Yeah.
80 of them. 80.
do you have room to alternate another row?
Let's see,
Yeah, let me take a look.
I know you like them staggered, I remember that, but I don't know. But they're getting really big and bushy now.
I don't know how the,
We're just trying to mitigate the concerns on the,
On their side, they do have large arborvitae, like tall, I mean, they could plant more, but there's some,
well, there's not, I think it
30
says the
foot.
fence. I
there's a
think-
fence, and then a lot of neighbors, they have their own trees.
I pulled it up on the county web map, and I don't know when the photo was taken. And it looks like the only landscaping that was ever done was done by you.
Correct.
So that I don't see anything on their side of the property.
Well, they've existing, there's,
There's not much existing. I mean, there's
Yeah.
just a handful of trees there.
Yeah, it's pretty sparse.
So the ones that are there are larger.
they're huge, yeah, they're tall, really, but they block. I mean, they can plant some too, right?
Well, it is more landscaping than we normally see, so maybe we just say for the plan. Yeah.
Well, this is what I plan on proposing. That we not approve or disapprove this tonight. Because I want to see it all written up to make sure everything is correct. These are a lot of conditions. I want to make sure that we've addressed everything. And maybe in the meantime, you could have conversations, is there room?
Sure.
You know, to add some trees on that section, you'll have an answer for that. Yep. I don't know how anybody else feels about that, but that's.
Yeah, I think that when we have this many changes, we've got to make sure that
It reads correctly, that we have read it, not saying that Julie's not gonna do a fabulous job, but.
Well, we have to bring a development agreement. If you're inclined, we bring a development agreement back and we can review everything. You have to do that for.
I wouldn't even mind having more input from the food truck operators to make sure that everything is there that should be.
Well, I would ask Mike to talk to them. I don't know that it's,
Well, that's fine, but,
I thought it was,
just make sure that we're not leaving something out that is a necessity to them.
or unless Julie wants to, give Jolene a call and share her knowledge.
You know, it is interesting though, because when we came up with these rules, there was a food truck vendor who told us our parking rules were too excessive.
Yeah.
And now tonight, we're hearing you're not requiring enough. So sometimes I think it depends on who you're talking to with regard to that. So I think.
But I'm not talking about parking or anything, I'm just talking about infrastructure as far as.
Something else they need.
The amenities that they would need to function a proper business.
Functionalities.
Like not thinking about the gray water until that was brought up.
Yeah. Stuff like that.
So bike rack shall be installed near the restrooms per the rendering.
I would just, one thing I want to say on that, we need to consider that parking. That is parking. When we're considering our calculation, we've done it in the past.
We did have a beach park out there.
Right, because I think there would be a lot of bike parking, a lot of people.
No mobile food vendor
Which, sorry, which then begs the question. How many bikes? How big of a bike rack do you have? How many bikes will it?
So I'm confused on that. We put the bike rack in, but it wasn't part of the original code. Like we tried to exceed it by doing car charging and all
Right,
these things,
right.
water fountains, and now I'm hearing that the code that we met and exceeded. It's actually being rewritten as we speak.
No. They're saying, hey, we really like the idea you put
Oh,
these
yeah.
bike racks out here. And oh, by the way, people are saying there's not enough parking.
Oh, I can put
Well,
more
these
bike.
bike racks actually provide parking.
I got you. So yeah, we can put more bike racks, but we just
I
put
just,
it,
if we quantified how many
Yeah,
bike racks,
I don't know.
that's really what we'd be looking for.
because I figured to pick this one picture of it, but there's a plan, he actually has a plan, but. Yeah, bike racks, as many as you can put, I suppose.
And just so everybody's clear, the code's very clear that you have the ability to waive some of the parking requirements.
Well,
Right.
they're already over.
Cause we put more parking in.
Last one is no mobile.
So, okay, so we'll get determination from you on how many bikes the one holds and the
Yeah.
possibility of adding a couple
Of
more.
course.
Okay,
I guess the other thing is I want to make sure they stay there. So if you put them in,
Yeah, I got the bike repair thing in,
Yeah.
put those on the app, so. Of course.
Yeah.
I'm sure we'll just put them against the fence.
No mobile food vendor operating as a formula business shall be allowed in a mobile food vendor court. That's something Mike has to address, because we can't control that at this point. Okay, so the other concerns I had from the public, like I said, they were concerned about the safety of that roadway. It is zoned commercial, that was all taken into account when that land was laid out. And I do think by having the access on the public road, you are helping address some of those safety concerns rather than have everything come in and out of the private road. And so then the other thing I have here that we need to talk about is the condition regarding the generators. Do we restrict it to inverted generators, electric, and battery only?
I think,
I
I
think,
think so.
yeah, to not permit generators.
Electric, battery, or inverted generators only?
I'm not even, do we even want to say inverted generators? Because that's gonna be, it's not the one that's gonna be the problem, it's gonna be the 7 that are the problem. Right?
Okay.
We already have power hookups,
Yeah, so that,
so there, like, there might be a truck that maybe doesn't compatible. And then I would reach that decibel level either by
I guess
muffling it or,
I'm really just not comfortable with it because I could see that being something that could really impact the neighbors. I mean,
that was the idea of shore power, but
yeah, I think that,
don't we have to stand at 75 decibel anyway, though? Like, we have to, there's already a code for noise.
But it's a conditional use permit, so
Trying to mitigate the concerns.
Yeah. I don't know what trucks, I'm trying to foretell the future, I don't know what truck will come and what they'll have.
Let's start with no generators.
yeah,
Yeah.
I think we have consensus on that.
It kind of kills.
Mike, I think you're finding you can't find trucks because of that, you need to just come back.
Yeah, so.
For
We've got
now,
two
we're gonna
people
try and
here
mitigate
tonight
that.
that are willing to plug in.
No, I'm with you, I'm the one that came up with the shore power, but I don't know what future trucks have had.
Majority of the newer ones will have.
Yeah.
I would say that the food truck wants to eat over there, they will make it.
They'll figure it out.
So
And I made, so since Marge isn't here tonight, Ron and I are just out of control. So you had me until you said dogs and kids. So I got AstroTurf and the dog peas on the AstroTurf. Wouldn't you rather have a nice, again, think of the parking lot at the Ridges, you got gravel, you don't have to maintain it. I'm just asking you all here,
Softer, I mean, it's.
The pea should go straight
The
down.
pea is, it's permeable, you just rinse it.
I made my
Plastic grass.
gravel, no. Yeah,
No, not
can't,
gravel.
we have never approved that.
And I know, I just had this discussion about L. Johnson's AstroTurf. They went through like 2 or 3 seasons where it was a nightmare with regular grass. It was muddy, it was a mess. They had to reseed, redo, replant, everything, the
Just
grass
too much wear and
didn't
tear,
work.
yeah.
They had to go to AstroTurf. I don't have a problem with AstroTurf.
I think my
Scrape it
concern,
off.
just as long as it's pervious surface.
Right.
That's gonna be the kind of me.
made my bid. No,
I just don't wanna call it green space.
you get shut down too.
I know, we're gonna sell it.
Just looking through other notes that I had written on all the letters from neighbors that we received.
So the pictures of the flooding, we're going to address that with the stormwater plan.
Yes.
Okay.
I will put all of that into a development agreement, we'll come back and then discuss, see if we're okay with it.
I have nothing else that we haven't, okay, so how do we move forward then?
Staff is directed to, draft a draft development agreement for the plan commission to approve. And if you're okay with it, then we will make motion to approve the conditional use permit with conditions and forward that and the development agreement on to the board.
Yeah, so then we'll just see what we'll take a crack at the development. But so we likely to do it forward on it.
And it could be the development vision for that.
Yes, I don't want to try and predict what
Sure.
a board or commission will do. I've learned that way.
So should that then be a motion that we make, Julie?
Yes.
Okay, does somebody care to, you said it, so you have to remember and write it now.
Sure.
So moved.
Motion by Kate, there's a second,
I'll second that.
second by Paul. All those in favor respond with an aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Agenda item number 7, reconsideration, consider parking waiver for downtown retail building at 10668 North Bay Shore Drive. Todd Cox and David Castor.
I'll make the motion for reconsideration. Not sure if I'm going to change my mind on this, but if there's more information that we have, I think we should hear it.
Motion by Bell.
Second.
Second by King. All those in favor respond with an aye. Aye. Opposed? Carried. Okay. I brought this up, seeing I wasn't at last month's meeting. That Betty Wilsey was in that building for many, many years. She did have, or the family did have somebody living year round upstairs on the second floor for quite a few years. And then, the land trust came in and they rented that space. And so it was an office, and from the way I interpret the zoning code, that they lost their grandfather use when they didn't have a permit and they remodeled the second floor and turned it into an STR that then we caught, whenever that was, a couple years ago. And then we told them they couldn't do it anymore. So I don't understand if they lost their grandfather designation, remodeled it without getting a change of use, how we can allow them to operate an STR there. So,
Well, I'm not sure how you lose your grandfather. I mean, usually if it's not used in that use for a year, you lose the grandfather, right?
Yeah.
Julie?
Yeah, so if you have a non-conforming use, it can continue forever and ever, and you have to use it at least once a year to maintain that grandfathered status.
so the land trust was there for multiple years. So I wanted to bring it to everybody's attention because,
Did they just switch it over then? I mean,
well, I drove by one day and there must have been really early in the morning because otherwise I'm watching the road to not hit visitors. And I noticed that a sign was out there. And so I called whoever was in the office at that time and said they didn't get a sign permit. You know, what is this event? And it was looked into, and I mean, it's beautiful. I saw pictures on it on whatever website was hosting. It totally gutted, remodeled, 1-bedroom unit, without a change of use.
Was there a change of use? How's it out of residential? Do we have that on file at some point? Because we know
No, we have nothing that shows the land trust took it from a home to an office. So So we don't, the file doesn't show that it ever stopped being owned.
Except when they came in for a sign permit. When they occupied the building,
Land trust.
yes.
We know the land trust was in there. We don't know if they,
It's
what I'm
funny,
saying, what I'm saying is if the land trust took that kitchen out, they didn't have a permit to change the use from an apartment to an office.
I think they just used it the way it was. As an office.
But the kitchen in it,
Yeah,
you're saying?
Yeah. I'll get to you in a moment, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah, because for the land trust, we didn't have a change of use from them. We just had the sign permit. So we never, so they never applied to change it from an apartment to a land trust office. Does that mean the apartment stayed in there the whole time?
does the apartment have to be in use as an apartment to be a grandfather use?
It would have to be used as an apartment.
And Terry Cooper was the one who was working out of that office. So I think it's a conundrum.
I'm gonna throw another cog in this. So a couple years ago, we wrote them and said, hey, you're operating a short-term rental from that property. But you could not do that. And we took action and made them stop using it as a short-term rental. It didn't say a word to them about living there or using the apartment. But if that was a violation, we kept our mouth shut and never did anything about it.
Thanks for that, Julie. Yeah.
So in two, well, what,
See, these are all the problems we have when we don't have a consistent administrator who knows what they're doing.
Yeah.
the date, what was the date of the house? Is that like 2007? If it was, I guess it's gonna be dependent on how that reads. I think it says if it was in,
Oh, 2007, yes. Yes, that's when we changed the code.
And the code said though, that it allows single family
Four.
housing in existence as of January 1st, 2004. So it had to have been there before 2004.
so as I read that, if it was housing before 2004, it can be housing. Does it say it has to stay housing that entire time?
Well, let's do the devil's advocate on, it. Let's say you had a house, you tore it out, you made it a liquor store. And you wanna come back and make it a house, you can't say, oh, but it was a house in 2004. Yeah, it was, but then you lost that use. Right? So the question is, did it lose its use? When the land
Technically
trust
by the code, because it wasn't used for multiple years.
as an apartment.
As an apartment.
But I don't have any evidence that, that's why. That's why the file number showed that. And then you said, hey, wait a minute,
Oh, you have a sign permit.
we have a sign permit, yeah.
Well, and we could get evidence by contacting the land trust for documentation. I'm sure they were paying rent.
So, and currently, what's happening up there? There's always cars parked behind the building. Who is upstairs now?
Good question. Maybe we'll let the person who had their hand raised speak.
Does that need being recognized?
Yes.
Okay, hi, I'm Andy Erlinson. I'm from Hurley Parish in Madison. I'm here for Door County Squires LLC, which owns the building. This is Todd Cox. He's one of the members of the LLC and a managing member of the LLC. And he has a property at 9859 Bay Drive, Sister Bay. So what the zoning code says is that permitted use in the BV district is a single family housing in existence as of January 1, 2004. Recently, the village board adopted an amendment that said housing can be utilized as a short-term rental. That was as of June of 2023. A conditional use in B3 is offices. There's no indication that the land trust ever came in and got a conditional use. This apartment has been an apartment since at least 1985. When the landowner came, and this is in a letter sent to the village clerk, Heidi Teich, on September 23rd, 2020, when Door County Squires had purchased the building. They had gone to the village and they'd inquired as to what permits or other requirements were necessary for them to continue to utilize the apartment for residential purposes. And they were told nothing, but if they wanted to use it for what's then known as commercial transient lodging, they had to get a permit from the Door County Tourism Zone Commission, which they did. And that was submitted along with this letter to Ms. Teich back in 2020. So
That's not in our packet. Not like that.
I'm happy to supplement the record if you'd like to see it. It's a village record. It was sent September 23rd, 2020. So the use, to the extent that this is an apartment, it's always been an apartment. There was never any modification to the space by the land trust, and we'll stipulate that they had one employee who used that space as an office for some period of time in the 2000s. The structure wasn't changed, the space wasn't changed, no conditional use permit ever issued. It was somebody in an apartment using it as an office space because the rest of the staff for the land trust was in Sturgeon Bay. It's a permitted use. At this point, there's really no other sensible use of that upstairs space. It's in keeping with why you have permitted uses. You don't want people buying a bunch of, or building a bunch of new apartments in the middle of the B3 district, but if it was a residential use that was there in 2004, it's a permitted use. I think that there are all kinds of code interpretation and legal reasons why that's correct. And if the land trust blew a stop sign and was operating an office out of a residential space and a residentially zoned space, I guess, I don't know what the retroactive effect of that might be on them, but if anybody blew a stop sign here, it was the land trust in not getting a conditional use permit. But residential uses in existence as of 2004 are permitted uses. These are not non-conforming uses. It's not new development. It's simply utilizing this property, which is it is an idiosyncratic property on a very small lot on a really busy corner. It has retail and office in the first level, which are permitted uses. The use of that upper level, which has been very nicely renovated for single family use, which has been the original use since the 80s, would benefit the village. It's not going to create new construction that replaced some other old use with a new one. It's maximizing the value of this property that, given the setbacks and the size of the lot, it couldn't really be knocked down and replaced with anything else, given the size of that lot. Door County Squires is happy to adhere to the improvements to the parking lot that the commission had recommended and approved at the last meeting, and they remain so, and it's the right result. And I'll answer any questions I can if anyone has. Thanks.
I think for me, the fact that it was licensed in 2020 and it came to the village, it has always been that residential use of that. I think it still is in that status, in my opinion, based on all the facts at hand. I think the really complicated part on it is the parking, because those 2 parking spots, and when for that to be residential parking, you can't use Like, I don't think, even if we wanted to do a fee in lieu of parking, you couldn't use public parking for that residential use.
Right.
So that's where I think I'm coming to on this.
So what we decided last month, you would stick with.
I think so. The only thing I'm starting to question though is why we didn't impose the fee in lieu of parking and all of the uses in that building.
That's my next question.
And that's where I think that may be,
It should be on both
yeah,
ground level units.
and then stipulated. In order to use that as a residential unit, those two off-street parking spots need to be for the residential use.
I mean, on a side note, this is here nor there, but I'm just going to share or vent. I never see. I should say, when I pass by that building, I never see anyone occupying the real estate office. The doors are always closed, the TV's in the window, which I don't even know if that's legal signage, which I just haven't brought up forever. It's an unfortunate prime downtown space. That's the only thing that I'm saying. It has nothing to do with anything, but
Yeah, I don't know how often you're down there, but that is absolutely not true. And I'm up here more than 50% of the time. My partner or his associate is in there quite a bit. Now, he's got an office in Green Bay, but he's hired her to be here. And I don't know what you're seeing, but I don't think you're seeing the right, I think you're speaking on what's the truth. They're there
well,
quite a
it's
bit.
my truth. I'm not saying
That's
it's a
fine.
fact. I'm not saying that. I said when I pass by. So that's
I've seen them in there, but not very often.
okay.
So instead of what we did last month, both people downstairs have to do fee in lieu of parking.
That's what
It makes sense.
yeah,
We said something about, well, they're a real estate office and they never have people there, which probably was foolish.
I think that what was said last month is they are the quilt shop came up because we had put a timeline on it. We said, we're gonna permit this until November of 2023. And that's why that came to our attention, but as I'm thinking about it, well, if we've gotta do this, we should
Do it for the
do
whole
it for the whole thing,
structure.
and as this comes up, we need to be consistent about doing this. I think that we need to be consistent about doing this at other places in the village.
Right. Oh,
So how do we do it?
I just wanted to bring the knowledge that I had, so we weren't caught, have a discussion and. So then what would be the appropriate motion, Julie?
So, you did make a motion to reconsider, that was seconded, so you make a motion to, basically it could be to amend your prior decision.
With having both units on the first floor pay the fee in lieu of parking.
Well, I think that just the whole
Or
building,
just the
we'll
building.
say the building and then they can sort it out from there. And if they don't choose not to dedicate the two spots for the residential use, well, then the residential use is out because of the zoning code, but realistically, those go towards a residential unit, that's likely what they're going to choose to do.
But we can't allow housing without parking.
But that's what I'm saying, is if you didn't have those two spots dedicated to the residential use.
So keep those dedicated, reserved for
I'm saying
residential.
that's likely what they're gonna wanna do, but let's not tell them how to allocate their spaces. That'd be the reasonable thing for them to do.
Well, what was the?
Devil's advocate here, though, let's say that is a short-term rental, and then I'm chasing down to make sure the guests are parking on site. And that there's not more than 2 cars per short-term rental.
Unless they had to pay more, right?
Just a little bit, it's just
Okay.
to square it off and stuff, but how am I gonna make sure there is only 2 cars associated with that short-term rental? If they're allowed to park wherever, and I'll be honest with you, where are they gonna park?
What I'm saying is those two spaces would need, for that to be a residential use, those two spaces would need to be dedicated towards that residential use.
Yeah. So that part stays the same. Of our prior decision,
And
right?
then the rest of the units, when their leases come up, they are then subject to the,
No, it has nothing to do with, it has to do with when they pay the village. We don't care how they bill
Well, didn't
anybody.
with Quilt Shop, didn't we say that they're subject to FIBO parking?
After, we had set the duration,
Ah.
we had said it was through November of 2023, and I think to be consistent, we should just do the same thing for the other year, just have them both start at the same time.
November 1st, 2023. Due the village is $6,000.
I think it's at the expiration of Virginia's permit. Refer to Virginia.
I know, that's what I said, November 2023.
Yeah, whatever
I
that
don't
is.
know.
Yeah, she had, can't remember.
It doesn't say in the minutes from last month.
Yeah, let me just see what's in the file here.
In the minutes, it just says the waiver will expire in November.
So it's valid until December 1st.
Okay.
Is what the permit said.
Actually, December 1st when we start.
So do you want to
Okay,
put
I'll
that
make-
into, do you want to actually put that into words?
So that we amend the motion from last month. To include, and we're saying that there will be one additional parking space required based on that use.
What you're saying, what I thought you were saying is one parking stall shall be required for each of the suites on the lower floor.
Okay.
And they shall pay the fee in lieu of parking.
Yes.
For that.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that I'm saying what the requirement, not just saying, it's $3,000, I want that to be consistent with the parking code.
Okay, and when we say both suites, so this is gonna go with that building?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay,
And then if there's a change of use to it, then that's gonna have to modify that.
okay, so that's something different. Then. So it's
Well-
just for these uses
For
that
this-
we're doing.
I mean, like, it's supposed, let's just say somebody wanted to put in a restaurant there. They would have a greater parking requirement.
That's why I'm asking, it's
Yeah.
not for the suites, it's for the particular uses that are there.
Yes. Is that? Correct.
If another retail comes in, say Virginia leads. That's still the same use, they won't have to apply for another vehicle parking.
Well, that's paid annually
And
to the village.
so are we gonna do this for all the others, or are we just a guinea pig here? Because there's a lot of other operations out there that don't have the required parking and aren't paying anything. So, when do you guys take that up?
I guess what I would say is, as it comes to us, and like, this is something that I think that we've needed to do for some time, this came to us, and this seems like a reasonable. Resolution to this.
If I can read from the view of creating parking spaces, it refers to a developer, and obviously. These are new owners, and we're dealing with new tenants and the upstairs issue. What it says is that a developer who cannot construct the required spaces on the parcel shall, as a condition of approval, pay to the village a one-time fee into a fund established by the village to construct and maintain common transition parking spaces. And then the fee is $3,000.
There was an annual fee that was built into the code. I know that was in there from like 2015.
Well, it's in our, what do we call it? When we. The whole list of
Fee schedule.
Fee schedule. I mean, you can't. It's an ongoing issue. You can't just pay it once and say that it's okay.
Why couldn't you pay it once per use? For, quilt shop lady or sunglass shop or whoever comes in and pays that fee, but like, that's a hefty fee. On an annual basis. That's a
Yeah,
lot.
the code does say it is a one-time fee. I would say though, as Mr. Cox just said, every time that use changes, that has to be reviewed. And I will say this. And I think everybody here understands this on the planning commission. they need more parking than one space per suite. You need it for X amount of square feet of retail, X amount of square feet of office space, plus the employees. So they are saying they only need one stall is a great gift to them, even though it's $3,000. But it does say in here that it's a one-time thing. So when there's the change of use, I think that's when we look at it and say, okay, now how many stalls does that use? Even if it's retail, well, no, retail would be the same, but let's say it's a deli. You know, that's probably gonna be like 9 stalls or 8 stalls or something.
The
And
code
then
says what the
okay.
code says, I don't like that, I think we need to revisit that, but that's what the code says.
78.
That's what we get to live by, unfortunately, I could have sworn.
I think there's, and I'd have to look through this, I think there's another parking waiver thing in here that I think might be what you're thinking of.
But see, but this is a developer. They are not a developer. But it's still wrong. And we need to put this as a text amendment.
It's
The next.
soon.
Yeah. That's a huge error. But that's a developer.
Okay. So what it goes on to say is the exemption from certain parking requirements granted by this section shall automatically expire 48 months from the date of the adoption ordinance. If they had an exemption.
That's
That's something different, yeah.
ago.
Yeah,
That was when Bob was here and we put in that 48 months.
yeah.
So then we have to go by our fee schedule if they're not a developer.
Yeah.
I can't answer that question.
Need further research before we come back to this, but. No.
Well, what it's, I think so the literal interpretation is because they are not a developer, this option is not available to them.
Okay.
If they're not a developer, they don't have that option, which means they have to provide the parking on site. Well, they can't. So they need a variance or an agreement
That
with
actually
someone
was
to
the
provide that parking.
So the space was, this property was approved to have one parking space. I mean, it's a legal non-conforming use. We're open to working. I used to come up with a solution because it doesn't help our situation to have this uncertainty either. Tenants want to have certainty. Having the upstairs usable obviously is an interest. And prospective buyers of the property don't want to come in and have, you know, a complete slew of questions and no answers. So, I mean, as to those parking issues and whether there's fees associated with the downstairs units and existing unit uses, obviously, we're happy to work with the plan commission in a way that makes sense.
So,
I did,
so could we do this? The current uses, they gotta only have $3,000 per place now. If the use, because what our problem was last month was, the current uses are low volume. If the uses change, by then we will have a new fee in lieu of parking in place. And then we would, the new tenants, if they have more than use of one, they pay the price. And by then we will have something that's annual, not one time.
that reasonable? The part of what we did last
I
month
don't know
was,
that I love that.
yeah, but just. You know,
Yeah, I mean, like, my intent was to have an annual fee to contribute towards the parking burden that the village is taking up, because the village is spending a lot of money on parking. So if we had something to put towards that on an annual basis, so if we come up with. I misunderstood the fee of room parking. If we can do something that'll work out with Mr. Council is agreeable to, let's figure out a way to take this as an annual fee, or if that's what you're saying, Dave, is let's charge it now and then. The next time the use changes, we'll deal with it then.
And very soon, this winter, let's work the policy and make sure that the in lieu of parking is fixed.
Yeah.
I mean, we've done a lot of that in the last 18 months, and then we're gonna keep doing that because we now have consistency and we have somebody in the administrator's office that understands this. And that gives us moving at least.
Takes care of the situation now.
And we put in, but if they put in a beer hall,
Right, then we look at it again.
is a different use, correct?
So then we treat the fee in lieu of parking how it's written. And if there's a change of use, we address it then.
Correct.
I think that's the most fair thing we can do. So I will make that motion.
Second.
Any further discussion? Clarification? Yeah. So that fee in lieu is one saw per suite.
And that's good until the use changes. As the code is written.
Okay. That's not how the code's written.
That's how the fee in lieu of parking is written. Hold on. Help me understand.
It says fee in lieu of, on page 78. 66.0404 B. Thank you, Ron, for having a paper copy also. Fee in lieu of creating parking spaces, a developer who chooses to not construct the required parking spaces on the parcel may be allowed to pay to the village a one-time fee into a fund established by the village to construct and maintain common transition parking spaces. A developer who cannot construct the required spaces on the parcel shall, as a condition of approval, pay to the village a one-time fee into a fund established by the village to construct and maintain common transition parking spaces. The payment of the fee to the village in either instance shall absolve the developer from constructing the required number of spaces on their property. The fee shall be established annually by the village board of trustees and reflect the cost of constructing and maintaining public parking lots. How did we never, ever catch that before me?
I don't know, we had a lot of conversations about it, in lieu of parking.
Yeah, I know.
I guess I can see what you're saying, is because it's really being, I still think that in this situation, the most reasonable thing we can do. I think it's the best of our bad choices.
And put it high on the list of things to do to fix it.
And we do, that's something we can do, Julie. I mean, are we,
Change it?
well, we can change the code, but can we, is that motion gonna hold up if we have that kind of that use? Are we going to have a leg to stand on that motion?
I believe so.
Okay.
I also think that's a very giving motion, considering what they could be doing, so.
Just looking under definitions, if it's,
Developers not defined by the check.
no, I wasn't looking up developer, I was looking under fee, it's not under fee in lieu of parking. Might just be under parking if it was mentioned any place else. Not in the index, but that doesn't. It's that. Okay. So what was Nate's wording again?
That the two parking stalls on site are reserved for the upper level apartment. And each of the suites on the lower level is allowed or is required to provide one stall and shall pay the fee in lieu of parking per suite. And when the use changes, it has to be reviewed and parking complied with. Or get a new waiver. I'll make it worded. Okay.
So the way that's worded. December 1st. $6,000 check will be written to the village. A one time. At some point in time in the future. Somebody wants to do something of a higher intensity.
Or just a different use.
Different.
Different use.
Could be a higher.
It's likely gonna be a higher use, so I guess I'm just saying like,
And then then we will say, well, this is how much space you have. Your gross area, how many employees, so all that will come into play then, but not now.
Right, because we're gonna have to look at when the change of use occurs and apply the code at that time, in effect at that time. Which may have different language regarding the fee and the parking.
Clarify. Okay. So we had a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor respond with an aye. Aye. Opposed? Aye. Motion carried.
thank you. Thank you.
Have a good night.
How you guys?
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
The Moore Hotel, or is that what it's called? Store Hotel. Is that parking lot a village parking lot?
It is.
It's really misleading when
It
they
is.
say reserved parking for Door Hotel residents. It's technically true, but if you're driving by, you just keep.
So you might want to stick around for item 7B then, when we talk about that.
I trust this august body to do the right thing. I'm very.
That's what I mean.
That's right.
Okay, 6A. Why am I all the way down to say? What page should I be about? 233.
113.
So agenda item number 7, Mill Road parking lot discussion, a lot that is adjacent to the door. What, where did that, my
Change of
guys
use.
go?
Change of use, accessory living quarters, 7C.
Oh. Okay, oh, that's why you said. The page number that you did, Patrice. Oh, and we had 2 people leave, so I guess I better wait.
Go ahead.
Get an official break then, because.
Yeah, we are gonna take an official break.
Okay.
Yeah.
I can let you just get a break.
I didn't even see it, didn't even see him walk out. No. Oh, she's having a fascinating time.
Yeah, that's great.
We're out of control.
Yeah, well.
It looks like the owl's on, can I go online, cause I don't see it on the, I don't see the Zoom link on the agenda.
Yeah, no, there is no, that's just record.
Oh, okay. Is there a time when they're hybrid and the time when they're only in person?
For a while.
Now, some of the other meetings are doing hybrid, but we're.
Not planning. Okay,
Across the shop.
I just like to try to keep track, so I know which ones I can do. from home.
Yeah, right.
Just clean my house while I wait.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Are you Aaron?
Yeah.
That's what I thought, you keep changing your name.
Yeah, I know. That's nice to meet you. Yeah.
So I think that's really fair and.
What do I do?
It's
okay. It's all apartment.
Ah. I mean, it's a non-conforming, it's a meeting, so I mean, the chat's exciting. No one knows that once it was so. You can't.
My boss is on very level, so she's. That I'm.
We're on there, that means-
Save a lot of time.
Yeah, I think we should do that. This is like that. Board meeting.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Yep.
I don't disagree with you.
So
No, I was-
we had that once before here, where it was on first, I'm like, we don't want to do that, we don't want to. Because it was. Make it look bad, let's try and think by the air, stuff like that, it's just. Typographical
It matters.
Yeah, we're gonna first go in, maybe.
Right, so many people, the April election.
It's, yeah, right, so it's very. But we never was in the. So we're hoping that we just- That's it, you know, where we're planning, we have lots of prayers next year. Any of the condo.
What are you doing? There's where we're taking.
Well, that's what, Nicole was telling me last night.
So that-
I thought, well, if we get somebody that.
We can.
And then it's not that person that they'll- It's kind of like,
In my.
I haven't used my, because it's got the base scan. You can use that.
No, my wife said, this is the village.
This is, oh, this is. This is my watch. So you're listening to this.
A lot of it has to do with charity.
You know?
Well, we're talking about replacing. Yeah. We're talking about and I would say like, you guys go back and do it. I'm also you see Ron over there. He's so much. I wasn't there. How's that?
So do we have it done yet?
Yes, we are.
You know what? I brought
Yeah.
that. I brought that up again.
It's the most
And I got. Don was not in the board of charging a single commercial lender. Oh.
Okay, agenda item number 7. Change of use accessory living quarters at 2428 South Bay Shore Drive, Pete and Joe Hanley.
Okay, this is the silver birch. You're all familiar with it? Yeah.
What happened to be?
What happened to, oh, B, I'm sorry.
You told me to go to C.
I'm so sorry. You're so glad if you went to sleep. Here, I'm telling. Yeah, sorry about that.
What page is that on?
113. Thank you. Well, you don't want to wait some more?
Uh-oh.
Okay. 7B, preliminary 3-lot certified survey map, Country Lane.
All right, so this is a property that we've seen before. They previously wanted to do, several lots on here. They want to rezone and then have more lots than what they're proposing right now. We did not accept that rezone petition. We didn't approve it. And turned down the proposal for the multiple lots. What the code allows is 3 lots out there, so they are applying for a 3-lot CSM on the property. If you look at page 115, you'll see how the lots are laid out. You'll see the area that they proposed for the building area. One of the things we did talk about with the engineer was last time there was some concern about accesses, so they said, well, we can do a shared driveway, like lot 1 and 2 could do a shared driveway. And I had explained to them, if you do propose that, that will take plan commission approval. So if that's something we want to see on this, we should address that as well when we look at this CSM. Otherwise, it would have 3 separate access points, which is what there is allowed. But the code would require 3 unless the plan commission gives the waiver for the shared driveway. You can see where the wetlands are mapped. We've been, I'm sure it's all pretty fresh in your mind, but the report, the soils report and everything is attached to this, which you've seen before, but, pretty simple request, 3-lot CSM. Consider possibly whether we're gonna require shared road or shared driveway on 2 of the lots.
I would think the fewer driveways in that area, the better.
The neighbors have quite a concern over it. I mean, it does meet engineering standards. I mean, they're meeting the code to have 3, but the neighbors had a concern. So that is something we could do is approve it with a shared driveway.
So we went to 2, do we know, I think one of the concerns was the driveway closest to the curb.
But I think we were told that was, or it was measured and
It's fine.
It's fine.
Right.
I think if you're looking at a shared driveway, you'd realistically do it between lot 1 and 2, since they're the side-by-side building areas, the ones that have the side-by-side building envelopes. And that's also the one that they had proposed as well, when we had discussed with
Lot
her.
1 and 2 would share a drive, and then lot 3 would have their own.
So help me remember when we had somebody come to the plan commission. This might have been before Julie got here, so this is a little while back. And they wanted to divide their property. It was over in like Forest Lane, down by the Baptist
Wanted to
church.
almost do an easement across one of his properties.
But why we couldn't approve that is because that had to be, couldn't be a flag lot. And it had to be at least 75 feet wide at the roadway. Is that specific to that zoning district? And is there something for countryside here? Because they talk about the 300 feet, but at the road, it's 160, which I'm sure is fine, but I'm just.
Yeah, I did check that. So the way the code is written, it has to be 300 feet wide at the building line. So they can have.
And where is that in here?
I believe it was, let me check.
Is it
the lot
under
width.
that zoning district or a different?
No, I think it
section?
was, to be honest with you, I think it was in the definitions. Let me just check real quick. It's either in the first chapter, which talks about lot width, or it's in the definition. I have to look again here. the lot width, if you go to the definition section on page 169. The horizontal distance between side lot lines of a lot measured at right angles to its depth along a straight line and parallel to the front line. Or its chord if on a curve. Lot widths may vary in width, especially on cul-de-sacs and lots on curved streets. From the front of the lot to the back of the lot. So it's saying it can change, right? It can go skinny.
And what is that under?
The definition of lot width.
Oh, that's, okay, it's not, I have not put in my new code yet. Okay,
So, and it goes on to
okay,
say,
I got it now.
yep, so a lot is not considered buildable unless the minimum lot width required for the district. In which the lot is located is maintained at the front setback line and for a distance of 30 feet immediately behind the front setback line.
Okay, so basically, and they have definitely more than 30 feet. And so then.
Something else to draw your attention to on this CSM is they have offered, an 11-foot Villages Survey multi-use trail easement across the front of their property. That is not required, but they did put that on the CSM, as well.
Bless you.
Thank you. When we had met and discussed their property earlier, it became pretty clear that we were looking to have easement, so in the event there was ever a trail there someday, we'd have that land. So they did voluntarily just put it on the CSM. We wouldn't have to make that a condition of approving the certified survey map. Basically, if you approve it, it's already included on there, so it's already. That would be on.
And as part of this CSM, we could also ask for some contribution towards the parks in the area, or.
You can, when there's a land division, you can request funds towards parklands, parkways, parkland.
We do have a deficit of parks in that area. I think it'd be appropriate to ask for that because it's going to put that more usage of parks. There'll be 3 new buildings there. And they're all a long way away from the nearest park.
Where are you thinking the parkland, where we were talking over by Able Hole?
That would be what I would think.
Any idea what that would be?
I mean, what's the reasonable ask? $100,000 a lot, or
So what we did, okay, let me take a look.
Yeah, I think that.
I'm gonna start there.
It's got it down with a number.
Okay, hold on.
Negotiation.
Yeah, I'm trying to think, since I've been here, the ones I'm aware of was Al Goki when he did Zeke's Market. I think that was, he had to put up a bath, he had to put up a restroom.
That was 125,000.
And we shouldn't do
We
that.
had-
We shouldn't have them do something. We should get the money and then do it ourselves. We learned that.
That's happened so many times in English. That a developer has said, oh yeah, we'll put in a park, and it doesn't happen.
Well, that's why we need
Yeah.
cash, because then we can.
I think that happened over in the Cherrywood area as well.
Yeah, on Highland Road. on the road. Going back to 95.
Are you talking about Orbinski's?
Yes.
And
Yes.
the land that was,
Yes.
That little park area. that's
Yeah,
supposed to
where
be
is
a
the
park.
park?
was supposed to be a park, but then, yeah.
It never was. I have a question about this map, the 3 lots, the principal building area. On lot 2, that's the biggest problem I have, lot 2. It seems like that principal building area has a wetland in front of it and in back of it. And it seems awfully close to wetlands for me. So that lot, that doesn't seem,
What wetlands are you referring to?
the ones on the map.
So those are, yep. So that front wetland,
Yep,
that is about 200 feet away from the buildable area. And that back, wetland, that's a 75-foot buffer we put off of it.
So you voluntarily held the buildable area back
Yeah.
from areas you were concerned about, or you knew we were concerned about?
Yes, correct. Yep.
Just for the record.
Yeah.
That's not a requirement in code, you
No.
voluntarily.
Yeah, we voluntarily put that, and we looked at the elevations out there, and the elevations where the building areas are 6 to 10 feet higher than the lowest natural area on that site. So that's how those were delineated as well.
Okay.
did you say 75 feet in the back part of that lot?
Yeah,
Building area?
adjacent to that wetland.
That buildable area is 4.79 acres. You're not
Right.
gonna, your home is, we're gonna build 3 homes on 34 acres.
I see
So
that,
it's only gonna be a 2,000 square foot footprint on 4.79.
right, but
It's not gonna be near the wetlands.
it doesn't show on this map where the house is actually gonna go. I don't know where it's going.
Well, they already have
They have a building area.
probably an 800-foot driveway before they even get to a buildable area. It's a long driveway.
I have to say, I like that they drew that around those wetlands and stuff, because years down the road, somebody's not gonna know these conversations we've had and the concern about those wetlands or those lower areas. So it's gonna be very clear, they just can't touch them, they can't go outside of that building envelope.
So obviously, we're gonna need driveways. Okay. They're building at, there's so many pages in here. The buildable area that they have crosshatched is the highest elevations of the property versus what's out at the road, which is at 650. And I think last time when I had a question about so many lots, knowing that these very, very long driveways are going in, are we knowingly changing the natural water flow pattern? And is that okay?
Well, with the driveway, when they get that driveway permit, we're gonna require cross sections to see if there should be culverts in there or anything.
Okay.
And then as far as changing the develop, or the runoff on the principal building areas, because these exceeded 2% slope, they're required to have actual stormwater runoff plans, just like a store.
Well, anything over an acre, right?
And over a 2%, or anything with a 2% rate change.
Okay, all right. So
And
that's good news.
And that's why we put the building areas on there to specifically call out, you know, this is where they can go. It preserves the natural drainage area, it minimizes the crossings. And then for like larger rainfall or the winter snow melt, it preserves the holding area, the natural holding area for that water.
So that's the main reason for calling out that building area, to address those concerns about the.
And I do think their proposal for the shared driveway is a good way to address that as well, to
Right.
minimize the
Right.
disruption.
I need to go back. Okay? Because I'm not reading the words on the page the same way you are. Okay, under lot width definition.
Okay.
So if we're on page 115, the certified survey. Okay, and I've already talked about approximately 160 feet frontage for each 3 lots. And then farther back, they have the 300 width. So lot widths may vary in width, especially on cul-de-sac lots and lots on curved streets, from the front of the lot to the back of the lot. Okay. A lot is not considered buildable unless the minimum lot width required, which is 300 feet, for the district in which the lot is located, is maintained at the front setback line and for a distance of 30 feet immediately behind the front setback line. Well, the setback is, the front yard is 80 feet from the edge of the easement, and we're talking about over 500 feet before you get to. Am I reading something wrong?
I understand how you're reading it. I
Okay.
understand how you're reading it, and how I'm reading it is, where are they gonna build? So if this becomes the front of the area you're gonna build, you have to maintain that width for that whole area. You can't like build and then have the lot come in and then have the lot go out. So you pick that front setback line of where you're gonna start your development, and then you maintain that width at that point. I believe
So
you're
the
looking at it.
Front set.
Yeah, look at the definition of front setback.
Yes, you have to keep going on the definition thing, and then, because. Yeah, because I think,
Okay, so then the lot width is a little confusing, so then look
Yeah.
up front setback.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay,
we have that a lot in this code where you have to look at every definition when you're talking about something.
got it, thank you. I don't know that we can do anything about this, but my question to Keith is that there's been a lot of people not really happy about the STRs that you built on Fieldcrest. Are these gonna be STRs also?
Are these gonna be, no, these are for sale, land for sale. I'm not gonna build them, they're for sale.
Okay, you're just doing the prep work to,
I'm dividing them, hopefully, when you're.
and to sell them to
dividing.
individuals.
And, I mean, 3 homes, 3 home sites.
So what the new owners do with it is, okay, so you're not developing it, okay. Okay.
So what I've heard so far, if we're okay with this, is we would require a shared driveway to serve lots 1 and 2. We are. As far as the easement across the front of the lot, we'd want to see that on the final plat as well. And, Nate had said, should there be, because of the impact on the park system, should there be, an offset or a contribution to our parks and parklands? So we'd have to.
So this is
determine what that
something new that we're starting to implement moving forward.
Yeah, the statutes allow you to do that when land is divided.
$20,000.
Each,
Yes.
Well, 60 each, but. Maybe I'm thinking what's small.
Be realistic, but I don't wanna think too small. 8,000 per lot.
Are you asking for a fee in lieu of park dedication?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And what was your number?
We're discussing here at 8 per lot.
How much?
8,000 per
8,000?
lot.
Have you done this before with other lot, or is this the first
That,
time?
that we're incorporating it now, moving forward, we wrote it into,
So from now on, any subdivision lots are gonna require park fees in lieu of?
unless they build a park.
And
yes.
what about the credit for the trail in front?
What about that credit?
Yeah.
I don't know, Julie, what about that credit?
Well, we wouldn't be given a credit for it, it was just something they required because in the plan, in their master plan, they're gonna have a trail along Country Lane someday. So they just wanna make sure that the easement is provided now versus going back later and trying to buy the land or securing the easement from them. So as long as it's developed along our trails, just like you saw with Mr. Tomasian, we wanna have a sidewalk along that road, so we're gonna exercise our right, which is in the code, to require the sidewalk be installed or put that land aside.
So is every plan coming forward gonna be negotiated like that, or is it gonna be a set by the village, or?
I believe it's gonna look at the impact on the park system, you know, like they were just mentioning before. Mr. Goki was required to build a restroom facility, which was over $100,000. And then Patrice was talking about her subdivision developer was required to put in a park, but it never happened. And that's when we were saying, maybe you require the land or the money, I'm sorry, you put in escrow or a check written to the village to make sure the park actually happens. And that's why the discussion was require a certain dollar amount per lot rather than have the person build the park.
I think some considerations I look at is what is the existing parking structure in the area? How far is it? And that part of the village has got no parks.
There's nothing. So,
We need.
your $8,000, I would agree with your $8,000.
I'm good with that.
Because what we do here tonight will set precedents moving forward.
Yes, but now should we,
Or should we work on a fee structure depending upon zoning district or density or, you know, other things? So it's just set and it's in the fee schedule, and then there is something concrete, and it's something that then just doesn't get thrown out there willy-nilly. I think that would be a key component.
So it's not adopted yet, right? That the dollar amount you're talking about, Denise? But we did have a conversation on this. I'm just gonna read that to you, okay?
And I don't remember.
You weren't here when we moved this forward, so it might have been when you
Okay.
weren't here, but, payment in lieu of dedication for all residential developments not part of a cluster subdivision with dedicated public park land. So in other words, if it's not a cluster development where you're putting park land in there, a fee of $10,000 per lot, or as amended by a resolution adopted by the village board of trustees, establishing a higher resolution.
So we shouldn't even be saying 8,000, we should be.
This,
1,000.
the problem is this isn't adopted yet,
So
so
this has got to go to the board.
it does go to the board.
But if that's what we've asked them to adopt, then. Well, let them.
Okay.
Want 5,000 a lot.
How much are you selling the lot for?
Huh?
I said, how much are you selling the lots?
Right, you're just gonna add it to the lot, price of the lot.
Can I just quick ask, what does the DNR think about all this? Building so close to wetlands.
As long as it's not in the wetlands, it's fine.
So you
Oh,
can
they're
build-
letting Fleet Farm fill in the wetland, so.
DNR will be all right.
That was approved by the DNR through a short delineator.
We're not touching any wetlands.
Yeah. Any more? Do you have anything else to point out to us, Julie?
No, I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. I was just gonna try to wrap it up. See if somebody cared to make a motion.
Move to approve the CSM with the requirement for the shared driveway between lots 1 and 2. Easement for path and a $10,000 fee per lot for park use.
Motion by Schmitz. Second by Beth. Any further discussion? All those in favor respond with an aye. Opposed?
No.
No. Motion carried.
So I'd like to just point out, this does have to go to the board.
When does that fee due?
Before we would,
Record the plan?
record the CFM.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're on 7.
Okay. Okay, 7C, change of use accessory living quarters, 2428 South Bay Shore Drive, Pete and Jill Hanley. Are they
Okay.
here with us?
Yep.
Oh,
Jill Hanley
Oh.
and our architect.
Okay, sorry,
Lonnie
didn't-
Danielson is here.
recognize you. Maybe I've never seen you before. Okay, Julie.
All right, so in the general business district, you can't just have housing. It has to be associated with the business, so it has to be for the business operator, the business owner, or the employee. Ms. Hanley applied for a permit to remodel the second floor of her gift shop to create an apartment up there, which takes your approval, because it would be accessory to the business. And I had explained to Ms. Hanley that if approved, we would require a deed restriction on this. To make sure it stays that way, to make sure we don't have these issues like we've had in the past, where all at once it's a short-term rental or something. She does not want to sign a deed restriction to that effect, so that is something we'll want to talk about. You'll notice I did provide some photos from a real estate listing. Ms. Hanley did send an updated real estate listing, so please refer to that one. And on there it talks about, I think she's listing it as an apartment on that one. You'll have to look at that. But I really don't have any other information, other than what the code says and what she proposes to do, and staff's only questions on it, so.
Why are you opposed to a deed restriction?
I don't think, well, I looked back at the code and, it's an allowed use. I don't want to add a deed restriction. I think it's above and beyond an extraordinary burden on the property for something that's an allowed use. And I don't know if any other owner ever in B1 zoning has been told you can't have a permit for an allowed use unless you add this change. I think it's getting into title work, it's getting into really possibly putting albatross around the property itself. And it's not necessary, because with or without a deed restriction, the village can go in at any time now or 10 years from now and enforce the zoning and the allowed usage there. To address some of Julie's concerns, we did go back and change the wording on our listing on the property tax bids and on the description. And we put a permitted second floor apartment for future use as employee housing or owner's quarters. To be completed, second floor permitted accessory use as employee housing, owner's quarters. And then within the zoning code itself, it says the on-site parking requirement for the accessory residential unit must be available on site. This is an apartment that would be on upstairs of the addition that we put on, so it's on the back of the building. We did blacktop back there, and there is an attached garage, so that addresses those issues. And further, anybody who would be, any potential buyer would be told B1 zoning, this is what's allowed. for owners, boarders, or employee housing. So it's an allowed use, and I don't think a property owner can be required to do something extra, to attach something extra to a deed, as if we're supposed to be policing the property 10 years ago. That's the village's responsibility. Any property that changes hands, the seller is required to list it and, you know, say what the allowed usages are, and the buyer has to know. And so whatever it's zoned, that's how it is with any transaction. So this is no different. I don't want to take that extra step. I think it's unnecessary, and I don't know, as anyone in a B1 zone property has been required to act that.
Your neighbor at the peach barn.
But I think they had a development agreement with you. So that was completely different. We aren't asking for a variance. We don't have a development agreement. We're not asking for, you know, anything other than a permitted, the area upstairs to be finished office and apartment, and it's a permitted use. It's in the code.
So the code does allow us to ask for whatever we feel necessary to make sure the code is upheld and enforced. With the Peach Barn, they did have a deed restriction, but it was in the form of a development agreement. So we could do a development agreement on here, but it's gonna cost Ms. Hanley another $1,500 for that development, which then gets recorded on her deed. By saying, hey, we can authorize this with a zoning permit, but we're gonna do a deed restriction, it saves her about $1,000. Either way, that it's gonna get recorded. I don't think we would allow it without having it on a deed. Not requiring deed restrictions on these type of things makes it an enforcement nightmare for the village.
I just completely disagree with you. A development agreement would be more for a conditional use permit, or maybe if it's in the TIF district, like downtown, that kind of thing. But I don't know where you came up with the legal basis for saying that a property owner selling their property has to attach this restrictive deed to property. I don't know, I couldn't find that anywhere. I don't know what your basis was for that. I'd like to hear that, because I can't find it anywhere.
So Jill, it sounds to me like you're looking more to file an appeal to prove that there's errors, because if we do that, that'd be zoning board. This board, the reason why it's in front of this board is because you wanted to have that waived, to not have to do that. So this board can't answer, is there an error, is there a mistake? This board decides, are we gonna require it or not?
Well, you know what? I haven't heard yet from this board. I had the email from you saying that that was going to be required. My question is, where did you come up with that? Because we are not, you cannot compare us to Peach Barn as apples to oranges. And so we're not asking for a variance, we're asking, it's not a conditional use permit, it's not a development agreement, it's not a TIF district. It's within our building, and it's an allowed use. And I want to hear from the rest of the board. You make it sound as if they've already turned down our permit.
No,
Without a deed restriction.
We're here
I
so
would
they
like
can.
to hear what their thoughts are on it. Because I don't know, Julie, where that came from. I don't know where you found that idea that we're gonna attach this. What you're doing is telling a property owner that is asking for a permit for an allowed use, that we're not gonna give this to you unless you do this with the deed.
Exactly.
And I don't know where you are coming up with that authority to be able to do that.
Sure, it's in the code.
Where in the code? I looked and looked and looked.
So I'm not here to debate that with you because this isn't a zoning board of appeals form. We're here so the committee
Well, I
can
can-
decide whether they're gonna
I can
require that.
argue this because this is what you're saying is a reason for denying this permit.
No permit was denied, Jill. I
No,
was,
not yet.
I told you, because the code says
But I
the
would
zoning
like,
administrator can establish conditions on there they feel necessary to enforce the code.
right.
And you're like, I don't wanna do it. And I said, well,
Argue
then let's ask the committee and let them make that decision. So we're here so the committee can make that
that. I
decision.
would like to hear their opinions on it.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Lon Emanuelson, 7468 Highway 57, Bailey's Harbor. As an architect, and I've done this going close to 40 years, this was just, they just simply want to take space that's there and go by a zoning. This, we probably shouldn't even be here tonight. This is just a basic permit to add, to convert existing space from attic storage space to an apartment for the living, for the owner's quarters. This is, I don't even know why we're here tonight, honestly. This should have just been a basic permit to do that work. And I guess I'm having a hard time understanding these conditions and restrictions and
Well,
this
we have,
is a basic code, a basic permit to put in a bathroom and a kitchenette and put some carpet in there. We're not asking, this is for the owners that own the building to be able to have a place to live upstairs, or if they do sell it, people that buy a business, if they have the option of living upstairs, and you can go along from way down all along here, and this is all over. I could list dozens and dozens of businesses that have that. But the code itself.
there's not
already
very many in
states-
Sister Bay.
Pardon?
There's not very many in Sister Bay, and we have a short-term rental issue, which has brought things of this nature,
I get the STR, that's a big deal going on, but that, if somebody breaks that, I don't think they're gonna get away with it long here. You have to have permits and stuff, I think. If somebody, we can't, like you say, police, whoever's gonna do what, down the road, I mean, you know. This is just a permitted use, we just wanna get a basic permit to convert that attic storage to a livable space and to help the housing crisis in Door County. But this is just for the owners of the building. And it's already in the code that it's fine to do that. It should just be like I say, I don't think we should even be here tonight. This should have been a $200 permit and we should be on with it. I don't understand. I've dealt with a lot of jurisdictions and I've done a lot of permits. I just,
As a refresher, this is
having a
also
hard
what
time,
we did
I'm
with
having a hard time understanding this.
Capamaccio property. So with Mark Capamaccio, and when people were looking to put those second apartments or second homes on their property, we would have, file the deed restrictions as well.
So this is dealt with suspenders because technically the code is already there that they cannot use it for rentals. They have to have employees in there. And you have no way of monitoring that, or you have limited means to monitoring that.
Right.
Now, if they do put it up as a short-term rental and play by the rules, somebody's gonna catch it. In fact, isn't that the system we're putting in place where we're gonna be monitoring short-term rentals in the area?
Well, they can't do a short-term rental there at all.
Okay, so they would come for it, so,
so that means they wouldn't, if they can't do it, then they're gonna skirt everything, not get a
and they're
permit,
gonna
not
have
be the
friends
tourism
and family
zone.
upstairs.
Right.
Or rent it out to somebody else, if somebody buys it and they don't own it, or they're not the operator, or their employees aren't living there. And Denise is looking for a place to stay, they'll rent it to Denise, that's what happens. And it makes it an enforcement nightmare. The ordinance tells us, use the tools you have to enforce the code.
So, but let me just keep going with. We put the deed restriction on. Do we still have an enforcement issue? Because if they skirt the rules and rent it to friends and family, we're not gonna know. We're only gonna know if they try to apply for an STR or make the mistake of putting up on VRBO.
No, it makes it, what it does is it makes it easier for us to enforce because now we've got a deed. So first of all, anybody that buys that property is made, we're no longer relying on the buyer to just know what our codes say. Or trust that the realtor told them all what the codes say. The owner or the buyer, it actually shows up in their title work and they're made aware of it when they purchase the property. There is a restriction on this property, so they're made aware of that. Then if they violate that, that's the type of thing we send to our attorney. We don't even mess around with it.
Easily fixed.
It gives us the teeth to enforce the code.
So the only argument that they would have is if 20 years from now, our grandchildren who are gonna be running the village then change the zoning to R1,
That's
They-
exactly right.
they've got a deed restriction on it that somebody else doesn't have.
That's exactly right.
But our
This
deed
this is also just a bizarre example.
What?
So our deed restrictions do carry the caveat that, if the code changes, I think, I don't know the exact language Randy has on it, but it's something about if the code changes to allow it.
It would drop.
Yeah, I think it says it's either null and void or the village rescinds their interest in the deed restrictions, something like that.
I'd like to know who else in Sister Bay you have put this extra restriction on and said, no, we're not gonna give you a permit for allowed use unless you put this on your deed. I wanna know, are we the first one in B1?
Well, other than Peach Farm doing it,
Right. so
whether
when
you
did
think that's
decide
apples
you were
and
doing
oranges or not, we did it with them. And, there's hardly any businesses that have done this. I mean, most of the structures that did have this in the village of Sister Bay are all gone. There's very little, kind of mixed use, accessory residential with retail or commercial.
Yeah, I mean, if you go to a country walk,
Most space used to, and there's a lot of them that used to, but
There-
you
there
might
would
be
be
right,
three.
maybe they don't anymore.
doesn't the Sister Bay Bowl? I mean,
It's a different zoning district.
different zoning, but nevertheless, whatever your zone, what you're saying is a general idea that if someone in the future buys the building and doesn't abide by the zoning code, then as the seller, I'm supposed to police that in perpetuity forever? That's ridiculous. That's.
No,
doesn't
you don't have to
make any
police it
sense.
once you sell it.
But that's exactly what you're saying. I mean, I think it,
It's
No,
handicapping
it's
the
just that
sale.
the new
No,
buyer,
no,
when
no,
there's.
it's not handicapping the sale because there is a restriction today that you cannot. It's almost sounding to me like you're trying to get around it, because right now, the code says it can only be an accessory building. So we're not handicapping the sale.
I have no interest in a short-term rental there. If,
Then
Absolutely
put in the,
not.
put in the. ver-
But we
Then,
are-
yeah, then, and then you need deed restriction, because we have a short-term rental crisis in Sister Bay. They're sneaking them in all over. We're having a hard time policing them and stopping them. If we did it, we told the Peach Barn they had to get a deed restriction. I think we have to be consistent and fair. That anyone else who wants to do projects like the Peach Barn did, we're gonna have to follow through. Because it's only fair and it's only consistent.
but what they did is completely different than what we are doing. They added, what, a kitchen, a restaurant, employee housing upstairs.
I don't see it being that different.
When did you decide that this was going to be done? And, I mean, are you going to do this for every sale in Sister Bay.
If they want an
So
accessory.
if you're concerned, it doesn't matter what is zoned, if you're concerned that, oh, someone might put a short-term rental in, are you going to require this deed restriction going forward?
Yes,
Anybody that
we've been
puts it in
doing
a-
it for probably 5 months now.
Anybody that that asks for a permit for accessory living quarters will be asked to file the deed restriction.
And I wanna know, so if you have a deed restriction on this property, how does that help the village in any way? I mean,
Julie
you can
just
take
said that.
action with or without the deed restriction.
Because we know for a fact then, that whoever purchases the subject property, that they know that there is a deed restriction on it. If they knowingly still don't care, that's one thing, but it brings it to the attention. There are, not every real estate agent, is honorable. And there are all kinds of properties that are sold all the time without full disclosure.
Well, I brought, what our agent updated the language. And he is very honorable.
Yep, Dana's a great
And we
guy.
are verbally telling anybody who's looking at it, this is what's allowed, this is what's not allowed. And it's right here in any of the information that they're given. It's in writing in both places.
So what you're saying, Julie, is that the deed restriction costs $500, the development agreement is 15 and multiple months of meetings.
Yeah, and actually the deed restriction is about $350. It's not. Just for note too, the county, I know Lon said, he hasn't run into this before. The county requires it on a lot. I mean, if you wanna put an apartment in a garage, or if you wanna do something in a garage that they think possibly could become an apartment someday, they require that deed restriction. We also do that if somebody's doing a garage that we think might have living quarters in it someday, we require the deed restriction. That's just how you enforce your code. It's an enforcement tool.
Any further questions from? the clerk?
I did run this by our attorney, and this is what she wrote. A development agreement may be required for conditional use permit or in a situation where an owner is seeking a variance. Or if there's development agreements with the municipality, if there's to be some type of TIF financing wherein the village agrees to provide certain benefits to the property owner in exchange for the properties, for the owner's agreement to develop the property. That doesn't apply to us. None of that does.
In her opinion.
And we're not asking you to do a development agreement.
There's always the Board of Appeals.
Exactly. I think this sounds more like she's disagreeing with my interpretation, which is really a Board of Appeals thing. So
what kind of a motion do you need?
We'll see what motion you want to bring forward, David.
If they want to develop this, the building permit is, the requirement will be they have to put a deed restriction on the title to ensure that it's never used as short term.
Motion by Schmitz.
I have one thing to that, affirming the administrator's opinion. And that's effectively what we're doing, but I think it's important to say that.
Okay, yes.
Dave, can I just help you with some wording on that? Instead of saying that it's never gonna be a short-term rental, just say it shall only be used as what the code says, which is owner occupied for the owner, the operator for the
I
employee.
meant to say that.
We knew that. Okay. Second by Bell. Any further discussion? All those in favor respond with an aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. So you do, if you do not like our decision, Jill, you may absolutely go to zoning board of appeals and make your case.
We skip Thursday else.
I
Maybe
know.
we should give Chris a chance here, but maybe.
All right, agenda 70, Mill Road parking lot discussion. Okay, you wanted this on there, Nate?
Yeah, that's fine.
It's gotta go. It's not what I approved.
It's misleading. Everyone thinks it's door.
Yeah, I keep telling everybody it's not.
So I guess what my thought is that sign on its own is quite misleading. I mean, like. Julie and I were talking about it, and I said, "Yeah, it's a sign I just took a picture of a couple days ago, walking by there. It is the Door Hotel parking lot, but it is also a public parking lot. So that's what I was speaking to. I wasn't aware of your sign permit issue.
Oh, no, it says what is actually on site versus what is approved on page 236.
I'm saying when I brought that up, that was my concern.
So all this highlighted gold, that is no.
Yes.
It's no misleading. Wow.
No, wait a minute, the first, page 234 is the village property. And page 235 is the portion that's available for public parking.
Sorry.
It is kind of secret public parking.
Stuff that's highlighted is public.
This one.
On page
I have
235,
that, so
smaller
it's the highlighted
areas.
Okay.
So part of that is absolutely the Door Hotel parking.
So if you walk to
And
the
it
lot,
says permit or room
there will
number
be
or whatever.
permit parking at some of it not, right? So what are we asking? We want to take down,
I'm going to make a motion that the small sign that says reserved parking for the Door Hotel. Can't see, patrons. Be removed immediately as it was not approved originally. Motion by
I
Berta.
second the motion.
But it was approved in a meeting, it's documented on, it says reserved parking for hotel patrons. The sign approved on January 6, 2021, for the file shows small prints, reserved parking for hotel patrons. We added the door just so it kind of stretched it out, it was aesthetically pleasing instead of just saying hotel, the language.
Yeah.
This is what you pulled from the file?
Yeah, that's what the file shows was approved.
Well, if there's wording there, it doesn't show up.
I think it does say.
But now it's still not what was approved because there's a second
Fine.
There's a second, you're right, part of the sign, and that wasn't approved.
Well, it was the intent, we're having a logo with the name.
It's one of the things that we have constant complaints about.
I guess the other thing that we should bring up too, about what we're talking about parking is shops parking. There's 20 spaces there that should be reserved for shop parking.
We've already had that conversation, Chris, and they were credited 20 spaces. They do not get to have a guaranteed right to them. So if other people in our downtown area are using some of the 20 spaces that has been allocated towards CHOPS 100 and some that they need, then those people are just parking on the street. They were allocated, they were not guaranteed them, they never were guaranteed them. We've already had that conversation 100 times, or maybe not 100.
and I think we should just confide to them to submit a new sign proposal that they can talk about parking for Door Hotel, but also it's a public lot. And there are public spots or something like that.
You have to say like designated.
Well, we
certain
had a public
designated
parking
spots.
sign with an arrow.
Yeah. Could they mark which spaces
They
are
have.
for them?
They have.
Okay,
This is
Yeah, it says permit required or something like that. On each one of those.
might be easier to read.
Nope.
I think it's required permit, I think is what it says, yeah. And it's stenciled on the ground.
Right.
I mean, I think
And then we had when you come in, the unmarked spots would be kind of in the middle there, so it's. Drive in, have a spot, drive around, find a spot too.
Is the concern that the public doesn't know the parking's there, cause?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, they think that it's all reserved,
They think it's all.
completely reserved for the hotel.
That sign is telling them that it's reserved for the Door Hotel. And there are reserved spaces there for them, yes, but there's also public parking, and we need to state that.
Or not state that, I mean, that might be worded to say, the public parking for the Door Hotel, but not, but to state this without having that mention of public parking. Is not doing our visitors any, or our residents any favors, so I think there's residents that think that we gave the whole lot to the Door Hotel.
we did,
Yeah.
And as much as it might be nice for us to have a secret place we can go park, that other people don't know, that's not right.
Well, I think the whole intent was to develop the drawing property, it was purchased, used as a lot. DOT funds were used, it couldn't be part of the transaction because of that, there was plenty of discussions, when we purchased the property, that this was kind of a, hey, we'll figure this out down the road. We're 5-6 years down the road now. And yeah, we would like to own that lot, because that lot was, when the Sister Bay Marketplace was conceived with the 14 lots, that was the parking for those businesses that went in there. And you hadn't been able to move that, because there wasn't a place to move those funds, for the Department of Transportation funds. I thought that the public use, facility that was discussed a while back, I apologize, I haven't been involved in, the Wilton property, what's happening. Julie mentioned that, that's looking like that won't happen, but I'd still like to help out in any way to try to find a way to do parking, further along, either by the fire station or here, I guess. Chris Hack and I talked about, the lower line area coming down from Claflin. I know some of that's wetlands and some of that's gone away. We can do a delineation to try to help with the parking situation. Not to confuse, so I think if you do say public parking, well, then someone's gonna walk in and be confused the other way. You might have hotel patrons who don't have a place to park because, well, it says public parking, so they're gonna have people in droves going into that lot, of which majority it is, at least for that business, businesses that are there. So I appreciate, I understand what you're saying, I really would like to help on ways we can, alleviate the parking problem, or issue, without, it being contentious.
Do I hear you saying that you'd be willing to sort of, let's just say somehow that this is even remotely possible, which there's a lot of consideration that may not be possible. If you would offset any loss of parking if you were to dedicate that lot to, if you were put parking elsewhere, you'd be willing to do that?
Well, I mean, I guess I don't want to make any,
in broad strokes, without.
yeah, no, absolutely, I'd like to help, I think, I'm not saying that I'm gonna buy a parking lot somewhere else, but, we would like to help, and I think with, the short-term rental funds that do come in, the other, options for grants that could be, achieved to help.
Just to clarify, that the short-term rental funds that couldn't go back.
Isn't there a grant now with, as part of as long as it benefits all residents?
Oh, you're saying like the destination Door County? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, not the village, the destination Door County has its grants for that. And one of the things that we'd like to talk about the corner too, of using, potentially some of those grant funds for that as well to beautify that corner and really finish up the second phase of, retail in front and, but parking is always an issue. And so it's hard to even have a conversation. I came before the committee 2 years ago to talk about parking. As Denise is pointing out, this may be our 98th time, not quite 100. Time we talked about parking, but, well, yeah, it would be nice to know, yeah, how we can help to, so it doesn't become an issue or continue to, so.
But there will likely be a parking committee formed here in pretty short order, Chris, so we'll be talking about parking even more to try and get it to a point.
Great. Yeah, so I guess Denise, I caution for, for the business of care, if we're saying that's public parking, or you're not letting people know that there is reserved parking there for the whole.
I'm not letting anybody know anything. I'm just asking if we removed the sign that says reserved parking for the Door Hotel patrons. I'm not requesting that we put up a public parking sign to do that. I don't want to intentionally create commotion for your customers. If we just get rid of the sign and it just says door, I'll be happy. And if you want to propose something different, what do they call that little sign that hangs? There's a name for it.
Extra sign.
No, that's not it.
Tunnel placard.
No. Anyway,
I have to go back to my notes. I'm sure everything we did, it went through Bo to see if that was actually approved. I don't.
Don't talk to me about Bo.
Well, I'm sorry. I don't mean to push buttons. Apologize. The former
I can
administrator.
laugh about it.
So I guess I would have to go through my notes to say, was this the actual final version that was approved? I'm shocked that I wouldn't have given you the actual, what we were gonna do.
It doesn't have the second portion and what's in the
If you don't
middle.
mind, check my files and see if that was submitted and approved.
For tonight, I think we're gonna say, take it down, and you're more than willing to present back to the committee a sign that designates that there are parking spots for the Door Hotel, and there's parking spots for the public.
Well, this is a $5,000 sign, so it's not like I can just unscrew something and screw it back in, so if you don't mind, if we could maybe talk about it next month, maybe just go back, and we're going into a slower season here. I don't really want to go to the Sawzall and chop it off. I think that would be, is what
Chris,
you're asking.
I
us
think
to do.
she's just talking about the little part that's hanging by the hanging sign.
Yeah, but again, it's not just, there's not like it's hooked and just unhook it, it's all attached, it's Jones sign. Who put this together, and it's not, if it was as easy as unhooking, and we could talk about it later, I would, but it's not, it's not that easy to unhook it, it's all attached, it's all one piece.
$30 days.
Not legal, no.
Okay, why don't we come up with something? It's not gonna look great, Chris, but it'll be reasonable. White painter's tape over it.
Blue duct tape.
Well, white painter's tape, if you do it nice, it's just gonna be a little white bar below that.
Yeah, I think you would appreciate it. That's not the brand that we represent, or that we want the village to represent, that you're gonna put an X across, your logo. I don't know, I don't agree with that. Give us 30 days. You just called me in here. I had no idea what you were talking about. Julie just called me or sent me an email on Thursday. It was gonna come up, and I'm here to talk about it. If anybody would give me a call, I could have done some research to understand what was gonna be presented. But at this point, you're asking me to do something. I know I don't feel comfortable putting food tape over.
That's fine, and I don't blame you, and that's okay. So I changed my motion to add in 30 days. Time to figure it out.
Thank you.
And what is today's date? The 26th.
Let's do the next plan commission meeting.
By the next plan commission meeting?
Yeah, let's
Yeah.
have it figured out by then, so let's just say.
Have it figured out or have it removed by then? I'm asking it for it to be removed in 30 days.
So the motion was, the sign below the main door sign be removed immediately. And then that was revised to sign below the main door sign be removed within 30 days. Yes. So that's the motion on the floor.
Well, there was a second.
Patrice was the second.
Issues, Nate?
I mean, I think as much as you don't like the tape, that's good, I bought time, that's a lot less permanent than this, but, I guess, to Chris's point, let's give them a chance to react, and maybe, the next plan commission meeting is on the 24th.
It's not what I signed.
But Denise, do you mind if I check my files? I'm shocked that I would have submitted something that wasn't what we're gonna do. That just doesn't make any sense to me.
I think we can do both, because 30 days from now is gonna be 2 days after the next plan commission meeting.
Okay.
So if Chris, you come back and you say that you say this is what I had submitted, you got proof for that, then we've got something to talk about.
Or come in with a plan of the new sign.
Okay, thanks.
And then otherwise, 30 days will hold.
Yeah, we'll put some thought into it. We did initially, about making sure you're not gonna push people to the lot that would then take up, assuming that the entire lot was full of parking. It's not. It's for 2 businesses. One is reserved, the other is not. But yeah, we didn't want to have a flood.
You can also, you may want to consider that once somebody actually pulls into the lot, that you could have a sign that states, once you're in the lot, that patron parking is numbered, or your room number or something internally, and not have it be at the road.
We
Because
were
you
offering a suggestion of when our patrons come in, that but if you're not a patron of the hotel or shop. And they, just sort of the public is coming in. What would we say to them, or put a sign or
Well,
something?
because don't you have numbers or something on
It
the
just
parking
says
stuff?
like, yeah, reserved parking. I think.
Permit.
Permit, okay.
Permit
So,
required.
and you maybe come up with some wording that would explain it once you're in the parking. I mean, I originally wanted standalone signs on every parking spot. And I lost that now. It sure would be helpful right now.
So I think you're saying is someone who's gonna go to the beach and they're pulling in there as somebody's gonna walk to the beach. That they would know where to park or know where they could park, right? Is that what you're saying?
Right, if you come up with wording that talks about permit required, or what is it?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Okay.
Can we mention shop too? Because I think that's important.
No,
This discussion has been had with me, with Denise, with plan
no, it
commission.
has nothing to do with CHOP, nothing, and it never will. Some kind of verbiage on a sign inside the parking lot where people will realize you have something that talks about if a permit is required, that is hotel space, or you just have to find the right wording, and then you're fine. Okay, so do we have that motion?
We have that motion. Patrice has to change her second though. Are you okay with the revised motion, Patrice?
Yes.
Okay. And now you can vote on it.
All those in favor respond with an aye.
Aye.
Opposed, here. All right, see you in 30 days for 28, whatever it is.
Can I make a recommendation if you're not? gonna-
I'm skipping over it. We're going straight. So I say that we postpone chapter 66 open space and postpone chapter 66 telecommunications until next month. Sorry. Motion by Berto. Second by Kane. All in favor, respond with an aye. Aye.
We're gonna put the right wording in there, that we're not gonna. By tabling.
Yeah, right. Okay, what page are we on?
So we are on page 257. Sydney, come on up.
Oh my God.
Thanks,
Sydney.
Sydney.
So sorry. Do you have to drive back somewhere tonight?
Green Bay.
Oh, that's.
It's not
too
horrible.
bad.
Do you want me to sit up here? Want to sit over here?
Just sit at the table, yeah, just pull up a chair.
All right.
So Sydney Kwan is with Bay Lake Regional Planning Commission. We met her counterpart, Nicole, yesterday. Sydney and I were talking just on the break real quick. Because it is late. She's gonna skip over something. She was gonna go over the survey results so far.
But that's still open.
Yeah, survey's open, until the middle of October.
Who cares what it is so far?
Yeah, there's a lot of results. It's pretty impressive, actually.
Where are you at? Number wise, just.
118 as of this morning, so that may have changed. But that's, I mean, we barely get over like 50 results usually. For
We're
any
an
community.
overachieving community.
Yes, I would say.
But I
Um,
still don't think it's good enough. I want 200.
You might be able to get there by October 15th.
But
One
we're
thing
gonna
I.
do a big push.
Yeah, I will say about that is a lot of the respondents are, they're older, retired, so I mean, if like. There's any events coming up where you can promote the survey to. Some families, I think that would be a good way to kind of, make it more inclusive. All right, so each of these folders has just a couple different. Documents, and I apologize, I did have a presentation, but. We're just gonna go through some of this. So I think, I'm Sydney Swan, Bay Lake Regional Planning Commission, as Julie said. We will be working on the comp plan that was received through a coastal management grant. And, hoping to have it done sometime next year. Technically, the grant goes until the end of June. Coastal was a little late on getting everything back, so we're gonna aim for the end of, for June to get this all done. So, I think most of you know what a comp plan is, long range plan for the physical environment, preservation, growth of Sister Bay. It's going to cover 9 different elements. So you'll see that on this preparing a comprehensive plan update. Your last comp plan was adopted in 2004. So we're gonna be providing pretty substantial update to that document, updating all of the demographic info, basically all of the data that's included in that, coming up with new goals and objectives. We'll review those goals and objectives at a meeting. So the 9 elements that we'll be covering in the comp plan: issues and opportunities, housing, transportation, utilities, community facilities, agriculture, natural and cultural resources, economic development, intergovernmental cooperation, land use and implementation.
Question.
Yes.
So the last time we did this and you helped us with it, your company, right? And it's thick.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of ridiculous information
There is.
there that we don't use. Is there a new outline?
So here's two plans, village plans that we actually, it's not, that we did recently. So I brought a couple of these, you can find some on our website. We're gonna slim it down. We're gonna make it, it's just gonna be what's going to be used.
Okay.
So that was a question that I had for you guys is, what have you used your last comprehensive plan for? When's the last time you used it?
I mean, periodically I'll dig into it because it is such an obscene, ridiculous document. It's just not as handy, and we don't use it as often as what we should. Plan Commission should be using it a lot more than what we do. But I don't even know if Plan Commission uses it at all. I periodically would do research in there for an agenda item.
We just used it when we were talking about the Hero property. If you remember, he wanted to do a rezone and we're like, well, the plan says this, and we went through all that, so we do use it.
Okay, yeah.
And we're gonna get a lovely digital version of this too, so we don't
Right.
have to kill a bunch of trees.
Right, it'll look nice and pretty. We'll give you
I
guys
like
10
it.
copies of that, and then we'll have a digital version that'll be available. You guys can post it on your website, everything like that. So yeah, it'll look nice.
If we want more than 10 copies, do we just have to pay for them?
Yeah, basically. So that's what was included probably well, it's definitely in our contract with you guys, and that's usually what we do for each community, but you can definitely get more than 10.
Just don't know who. Nate loves digital, I love it.
So yeah, it'll be a nice document. And a lot of communities will have like a story map that they'll have associated with it, where you can go through each element and see the policies and goals, objectives, and all the data. But I don't think we're doing that under this current contract. So let's see. I think you guys pretty much know about, the comprehensive planning process. So this committee, moving on to the next page, the work plan and timeline. So this has the division of work. So what I will be doing, along with our project team, so this is gonna be the first kickoff meeting. And then we're gonna have 5, working meetings with this group. So it's gonna be critical that we get, valid feedback. I think we're going to save reviewing the actual documents for, kind of like homework feedback. So I'm sorry, but that would allow for us to do more interactive, workshops with this group so that we can get, very valid feedback that we can use.
Okay, workshops.
Workshops, activities, just
With plan.
with the plan commission and, the public's always invited to this. We have the survey out.
We want,
Yeah.
we
do.
okay, there's 2 of us, that's a we. We want public participation, we want a workshop with the public.
Okay, yeah,
Now, if we haven't contracted for that, then we need to amend the contract. Or we need to delete one of the ones that you're holding with us.
I think too. I think this is, like the comprehensive offer work plan is important.
Well, slow down. One of the things Sydney's gonna go through tonight is we're gonna develop our public participation.
yes, yeah. So, I mean, currently we
Jumping
have.
ahead, I apologize.
We have a
so
public
excited.
open house at the end of it, but all of these working meetings that we have identified in the timeline. The public is invited to all those and, we invite you to also invite stakeholders to it, but I'm all for public participation. I've done so many different events and different public participation outreach efforts, so I'm all for it if we need to slim some of that down. And if you guys want to have some working meetings together, then we could allow for more of those public, facilitation meetings,
I guess
which
what-
I love doing that, so.
not to. Is that the total public participation plan? Because I think what Denise and I are thinking about is we've had dedicated. Public input sessions that have been very productive. I mean, we get a very good
Yeah.
turnout. And this is a really important plan, so I
It
think it's
is.
important to get. I know that there is some segment of the population that really can only get there during the afternoon. There's a decent chunk of the population that is far more accessible on the weekends. And I think that one of the 2 of us should be at each one of those meetings to engage the public and to help make sure we get that input. I mean, that's what we did for facilities plan. I mean, I think we got a pretty good amount of public input.
Let's talk about the public participation plan that you've already reviewed.
Let's go with that. So public participation plan, this is required. Oh, I thought I had a copy of that. This is required, actually, I've got it right here. By the comprehensive planning law. So basically, this plan is just laying out the procedures for public participation and how the plan is going to be adopted. Where you have to send the plan out for review. So if we do want some additional public participation methods that aren't identified in here, this could still be. It could still be recommended that I add those in if you guys do want to do an adoption for it. So we could add in various public engagement methods, or if you guys want to do the public engagement, I could help you come up with like a toolkit for it. Where you'd be able to just take the information that I give you, go to these events or have an event here. That's an option, but I think we're gonna have to add some of the other exercises. Depending on what kind of public participation you want. The nominal group, I guess that could describe an exercise if the public's coming in here and you have different like breakout sessions.
That's what I'm looking for,
Okay, well then there we go. Then we don't need to make any changes to this.
but that's only one, right?
Yeah, so that's only one of the public participation methods. The other ones are pretty standard. I mean, they're just.
I think
Excited
Denise is
dates.
asking how many of those can she have?
As
No,
many.
because Nate wants 2.
Yeah.
Well, you guys could have as many as you want, but if you want me there, then we'll have to make changes to the timeline, which we don't have to do now. We can discuss that later and I could see. How we could fit everything in, because technically we have this meeting and then 5 other working meetings and then a meeting for the public house, the public hearing.
Yeah, the public hearing is way too late.
Yeah.
Ron well, Ron has a lot of experience.
So we'll put him in charge.
You'll get this book.
I know, I saw that look for years.
Yeah.
I know.
So, we do wanna, finalize the public participation plan, so if that's what we want. If it's if it's two that we want, then let's get that written.
Well,
here.
right, if there's one already here on page 260, then we need to add another one. And because I truly believe, I think we have changed tremendously in 20 years. Just who's living here now? It's
Demographics have changed.
so different.
So I mean, technically, since it's already listed on here as a nominal group of exercise, that's not something that technically we would be doing since we already did the community survey. So, but it's listed on here, so you guys could still go that route and have some sort of a breakout group in this room.
See, I think somebody from Bay Lake should be there as the professional. Right?
Definitely.
I agree, we'll just have to change our timeline a little bit, the contract a little bit.
So how about you and Julie?
Yeah, we can work on.
Because Bay Lakes has the answer, we don't.
Oh, we might have some. Well,
You, but there's the professional.
right.
They're gonna guide us to the answer. We have the answer.
Yeah.
To help us find it within ourselves.
Yeah.
So change the timeline to add 2 nominal events.
So
No, just one.
I would say just one, but yeah, Julie, we'll have to talk through that and see which working meetings we can combine.
Okay.
We should do that as early as is reasonable in the process.
Yes.
Yes.
Are you guys willing to have an extra
Yes.
meeting a month so she doesn't have to sit through the stuff like we did tonight?
Yes, I always want special meetings. We just can't schedule them.
Can we do that on a Tuesday that we don't have?
Well, I think it would have to be a Tuesday. It would have to be that,
Because we'd have to be here, right? We can't. Or we should
well,
be here
Sydney's probably gonna want to do, see,
Right.
we can't do PowerPoint.
at the village
at
hall.
Village Hall.
Okay.
So you need this building with its electronic capabilities.
Okay, so I'm gonna look into preferably Tuesdays. I'm gonna try and get us this room and see what happens.
Okay. Yeah, that'd be perfect. As long as someone knows how to use that, because I don't.
Janelle does, when she's
Good.
here.
Very good.
She's home with COVID.
So we're okay not having it.
All right, so anything more on public participation? I agree with you. I'm a big proponent for all things public participation. Another thing that we could do is if we have the one method that I use for the City of Manitowoc Bike and Ped Plan, we called it like meeting in a box. So I provided all of the materials and then members of our advisory committee could go out to different community events like farmers markets, and then they could set everything up and get the input. Super easy. That's another method if you guys want to do something like that. That I wouldn't be a part of, but I can plan
Barely
it for
get
you.
together for a meeting. I don't.
We just need 1 or 2 volunteers, so it's just another method that you guys can use to
I
engage
will do that
public.
at least once, if not more than once. for the process.
Okay. All right, good. for you,
Awesome.
Sandy.
Nate holds talks down at Waterfront Park, which would be a good time,
Yeah. I agree.
so this would be a good thing for you to do. I think,
But no. Don't you have 5 people or so?
I've got not great turnout. I've got to get another one scheduled for the peach run, so I can get the folks to show up.
Okay,
I've got Sarah agreed to host it.
Okay.
It's scheduled.
all right. I was gonna say, that's not going to be helpful when you're getting under 10 people.
yeah, I would like to reach out to Gibraltar Schools and see if there's a teacher we can work with where her kids are reviewing it and commenting on it as a class project to get
Oh, that's fun.
engagement and to get them interested. in-
Excellent idea.
That's fun. There's plenty of examples out there with like just little vision statements that they can use, just fill in the
And
blank
I have
kind
to
of
tell
stuff.
you, you guys inspired me because Nicole told me that you guys were brainstorming about our October 30th meeting and how to get kids involved in the park
Mhm.
open house. And we're throwing emails back and forth, so I'm like, yeah, we've got to get more kids.
Yeah. Yeah, you really want to represent every single group within the community, so that's important. Other things that we're gonna do, so we're gonna put together a web page on our website, that's going to show. Draft plan, it's gonna have just basic information on it. If there's any sort of community involvement events, we'll have that. And then you guys could, yeah, you guys could link to our website, cause it'll be, oh my gosh, what do you call them now? It's like a hub site, it's ArcGIS hub site. So, we're gonna be creating that, probably have it done sometime next week. Another thing that I wanna do is have some sort of, this is outside of the contract, but, some sort of like photo contest to get photos from people in the area for the plan, and then you credit them, so something like that. I think is really awesome, because you can get great pictures, 'cause we're not gonna be able to come up here and get pictures at all times of the year, so. That's another good way to kind of fill in some blank areas in the plan. And then what else is included on the public participation method? So this plan commission, so these meetings, then we'll do the nominal group. We have the community survey out until mid-October, project website. If you guys have social media, which I know you do, just making sure that you post about this plan. Informational flyers, email and newsletters, and then we'll have the open house at the end. And then the next 2 pages just go over the public access and public comment on the draft document. So basically just saying that you'll respond to individuals that have any sort of comments or questions about the plan. And then it talks a little bit about the public hearing and the 30-day public comment period. And then the plan adoption procedures. And then in the back, it tells you the distribution of the adopted plan and where that needs to go.
You don't want us to adopt this the way it is, you wanna add details to it, right?
You could adopt it the way it is. Unless you guys have any changes to any of the verbiage in here, otherwise it pretty much, it includes everything statutorily that needs to be included.
Your recommendation is not to be specific and say 2 nominal meetings.
Yeah.
Broad.
I would say keep it like this, and then on the back. It says that you reserve the right to have additional public outreach and this and that, so. Yeah, we don't want to get too detailed with it, because then if you don't accomplish something, you're kind of held to it.
Sure. So with this one, then you would want us to make a recommendation to the board to adopt it by resolution. Unless somebody has some changes to it. Nate, was that a motion?
That was a motion.
Okay. Ron?
Second.
Like that.
Sorry, I'm doing something else.
It's late, we know.
Yeah, okay, so
Just wait,
that's,
all those in favor?
oh, I'm sorry.
Aye. So that'll go to our October board meeting.
Okay, perfect. Actually included in on the survey was a question asking residents, what method of communication they feel is the best for, informing them about stuff, and they said the village website, email, email notifications, and then I think it was public meetings. So those are good methods to get any sort of information about this plan out and get more public participation. Okay, so now that we're done with the public participation portion, I developed kind of an updated schedule today. It has all the same information as the schedule, but it kind of just provides more information about what's going to be included in each of these meetings. So I'm going to update that, showing an additional public engagement meeting, or public participation method. And I will get that back to you, Julie, if you want to route that. Sure. Other than that, within your little folder, there is a visioning exercise. So this is something that I'm hoping you guys can fill out, so. This is going to be used in conjunction with the survey results. The survey has questions that are very similar. And we're gonna use it to come up with a vision early in the process, and then we will review that vision again. Later down the road, and if we kind of wanna change the vision into more of like a mission statement. After we've looked at issues and opportunities and things like that, we can go that way, but. These 5 simple questions are basically just gonna give us an idea for what we want to be including in the vision statement. The vision statement from the last document was very, very, very long.
Right here in this.
Yeah, I think it's like, I don't know, like 6 sentences, so it's long, so.
6 sentences is long.
Well, it's long for a vision statement. Generally, you want it to be a little bit shorter. It could be longer than that. I might have just been thinking that because it was on half of a page of a PDF or a PowerPoint, but it looked long to me. So if you guys could fill that out and get that back to Julie sometime soon, that would be great. And then Julie and I will also work together to schedule the next meeting.
So. I have the taskmaster sometimes. So that's your homework. I want it
Yes.
back by Monday.
I'm lucky to fill out my time sheet.
I know. However, we have to stay on track because there's 2 things with this, like Sydney said, we're under a grant deadline, we have to be done by June. The other thing is the Department of Administration has already been calling, and I think I've told you guys this, where is your plan? You're out of compliance. We're not delaying it. We're gonna stick on we're gonna taskmaster until we get that done. But that's
And that's fine, and it's like. DOA is not gonna do anything with our plan when it's done.
I know, but
They
they
should have-
hold it over our head, is what they do. We're gonna withhold your money if you don't get your plan done. Okay, let me just vent real quick.
Yeah.
Because we want you guys to make sure you are in control of all your land. But then we're gonna come by and tell you you have no control, and you have to allow short-term rentals.
I know, Julie.
I know, I do too.
Well, it'll be good also because there's a lot of funding out there right now, and having an updated comprehensive plan it can help you get grants and stuff like that, so.
Is
it's also
everybody
good
around this
to-
table taking the survey?
I still need to take the survey.
I did, yeah.
To make sure the right survey that was the one that was our GIS one.
Yes.
42 questions, or 43.
I'll take it.
You can't take it again.
Oh, I've got lots of IP addresses. I've got lots of computers.
Oh, okay, well, now that we've done that, we're gonna know the results.
Yeah. And just keep me posted on what kind of events you guys, if you do go and attend any events, I don't know if there's anything in the near future where you're able to give people some sort of like a flyer with the QR code for the survey. I don't know if there's a good way to hand that out anywhere,
I
but
have an event probably before
The board's doing it.
Okay.
Hand them out at Husby's and at the Stabor during Fall Down Fest.
that, but then by then, yeah.
I don't know if you want those responses.
I know.
Thank you, enthusiasm.
Especially at like 10 o'clock at night, that's.
I might be just like overly tired, so.
Aren't we all? Yeah.
Yeah.
It's 2 hours past Friends bedtime.
Does anyone have any questions about comprehensive planning or this plan in particular? I know we ran through it really quick, but we'll,
Well, I've been through it.
yeah, right. So we'll have,
But there's a lot
More
of
fun.
new blood,
mhm,
so it's a huge learning curve and it's a lot, I think it's fun.
mhm.
I've never done one.
Just before you came on.
It'll be
I
fun.
tell you, the timing is awesome because we're doing the facilities plan, the rec plan, the comprehensive plan, and everything's just gonna roll together. It's gonna be great.
Yep. It'll be good. All right.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you
Sorry-
guys.
Sorry, you had to
Take
wait
57
so
back
long.
and let's go for here.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, but
Don't
it's
jump on the board.
I will. I gotta grab this plant back. I think this one part will be happy. All right, thanks, everyone. Have a great night.
Drive safe.
Thank you.
Can I just say something on the staff report real quick?
Yep.
Okay, So Air, for the group, Air submitted the final draft of the facilities plan to the board, made a couple changes to it, but then we'll have a final one in October. Stantec started working on the housing study. I'm really excited. They called right away. We've had a couple meetings already on that. So I'm really happy to see that building project moving forward, and I think they're gonna do great. Paula Anschutz still has not signed a development agreement, which means no permit, which means the structure has not moved. Coming of Age Bader withdrew their development agreement and instead will be coming back with revised plans for 3 buildings. Yep, and the board did adopt the sidewalk board amendments.
Question on Vader.
Yeah.
Saying that we spent all that time and effort at these meetings. They resubmit, they gotta pay the fee again? Because this is unacceptable. Months and months,
Yeah, how many times do we have to go through this?
and now they wanna change it.
We start over.
No.
Behind them?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know,
Okay,
I was
I
just
get
talking to her on the way out, she goes, those are all in the STRs. I'm going, really?
Oh, you mean on the Bureau property?
No,
No,
The one behind Silver Birch where they were gonna do
Oh.
4 and this was
the
3.
coming of age property
It's just gonna be their families. That's what they said.
until they.
Yeah, well, that's not what she just told me on the way out.
She's not an owner.
She's got the inside story.
okay, is there anything else before we need to?
I said report, I just have to say something else. So then I just wanna let you know that we had given a parking waiver to Glow. And then they had to do some landscaping and they never did it. And I tried working with this guy and couldn't finally, I said, I'm done with this. We've wasted enough taxpayer dollars, and I sent it to Randy for enforcement. They're countersuing us for picking on them, for singling them out. So just to make you aware of that lawsuit against one of our decisions, so.
He's also got a feather flag out and he's for sale.
He is for sale because I've talked to his buyers who wanted to have a short-term rental on the top floor and bottom floor, and I said no, and they said their realtors told them they could, and then I had to talk to them.
You said below.
All of that. Yeah. All right, now we can enter
Okay, is there a motion to adjourn at, I don't know what time it is,
9:50. I so moved.
9:51.
motion by Shampo,
I second it.
second by her, all those in favor, respond with an aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Yes, that's what,
Dave? You're done?
Yeah.
yeah,
Sorry.
what is this about Bailey's Harbor? Not too happy, David.
Let's just say an